Delivery from Senate room.
Right.
Itu yang apa Senate room tadi ya?
Ya, that was Senate room.
Ada orangnya.
Betul.
Why is he alone there?
No, just now everybody was there, then the security. Security people came and
how much wish light dia suruh makan lampu banyak.
Honestly, dah boleh suruh tutup. Dia tak pakai, nanti dia fikir kita pula yang nanti di bill kepada kita.
Cakap sustainable development ni. Lampu punya masalah. Tak berbanding.
Asal switch it off.
Profesor Kin ni siapa, Hasan?
Dia ni, he is from University College London and a distinguished research fellow at the Institute of Security and Resilience Studies. Dia is an Australian economist. Dia buku Debunking Economics, being one of his popular book, Debunk.
Buku baru, I've not seen.
Debunk, lama dah.
Macam 2014-15 macam tu lah.
So he has over 70 academic publication on topic as diverse as financial instability, money creation process, mathematical flaws in the conventional model of supply and demand, flaws in Marxian economic, application of physics to economic. Ini macam quantum dengan sejahtera. Islamic finance and the role of chaos and complexity theory.
Maknanya UCL is doing this ke? Is debunking.
Yeah.
I think we need to debunk lah.
Debunk lah tu.
Terima kasih.
Ya, dia Tan Sri tahu semua Murad.
That's our local heroes lah. He's going to Zoom also from London.
Zoom from London next week.
Bangkok.
Bangkok.
Oh.
Some research in Bangkok.
Okay. Di sana the time is reasonable lah. It's
not still not happening yet.
You try to contact him first.
Should we start? Dah pukul 9.
Dah 9 already start.
Alright.
Tak apa. If not, then we will bagi Tan Sri.
They will join in as they come in lah.
Yeah, start.
Kita baca wal-as ni setiap hari ni. Assalamualaikum Prof. How are you?
Okay. Waalaikumsalam. I'm fine. Thank you, Tan Sri. Hi, Tan Sri. Muhammad. Datuk Mak Noor, apa khabar?
Yes, start.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
With the recitation of Surah Al-Fatihah. Al-Fatihah. In presence, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of International Islamic University Malaysia, Tan Sri Muhammad Ibrahim, our Adjunct Professor of the Departments of Economics, Kuala of Economics and Management Sciences, Professor Hasanuddin Abdul Aziz, our Dean of Kuala of Economics and Management Sciences, online presenters and audience. Once again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. Today, I, Intern Zanaria Zakaria, will be your master of ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, the current situation of the world is that people could see there are significant social, economic and environmental shifts going on almost everywhere. In particular, recent decades have shown the extraordinary improvements in health status, technological advancement, and the rise of emerging economies in all continents. Not only that, we can also see the global middle class is larger than ever before. Nevertheless, inequality between the rich and poor continues to grow both between and within countries. Moreover, global climate change has already had observable effects on the environment. So there is a need an economy that serves and nurtures the well-being of all emotional beings on this planet and the human happiness that comes from living life in harmony with the natural world and human beings. This economy, ladies and gentlemen, must prevent the forthcoming reversal of civilization. And at the same time, this economy must also flourish within the natural bounds of this planet so that the precious resources are utilized within the sustainable, equitable, and meaningful use. Given this context, the Department of Economics, Kuala of Economics and Management Sciences, is delighted to host the roundtable on paradigm shifts in economics for a better understanding of the term, its objectives, and dimensions. Thus, this roundtable discussion will include panel discussion of 4 different themes, but interrelated to each other. Those 4 different themes are: number 1, well-being and happiness; second, ecological sustainability; number 3, efficient allocation of resources; and lastly, number 4, fair distribution. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Rector of International Islamic University Malaysia, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, to present his welcoming and opening remarks. Boleh tafadhal mashkura.
Thank you very much, Sister. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu syafil anbiya mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. La haula wa la quwwata illa billah. Assalamualaikum, a greeting of peace. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Muhammad Ibrahim, Adjunct Professor, Departments of Economics, Professor Emeritus, Dr. Norma Mansur, all these are old colleagues, Professor Murad, and Professor Steve Keen. I don't know whether you are around for at the moment in time. Panelists, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, let me first of all welcome you to this roundtable. I think the second roundtable held by the Kuala. And indeed, we are very grateful for all of you being able to join us today to make this second roundtable a success. The first one, I thought we did quite considerably well when we look again at the whole idea of consumption and production and see how this university could adjust into the new model, which is not really new. I think people have been talking about it for quite a while. But nevertheless, within the context of education, I think it is rather new because not many universities, at least in our country, are talking in the same lingo or the same sort of wavelength as what the world is needing us to do. So today, I think we are venturing into another very exciting topic, which is again, I think, very relevant given the context we are in today. And I'm indeed very grateful for the panel speakers, the expertise that is going to contribute and give us some insights of what we're going to do in terms of moving education forward, making it realign not only in the context of Malaysia, but also to put it in the whole perspective of what the post-COVID-19 will look like. So I think this is a very important mission so that we remain relevant, and especially this university that wants to work for Rahmatan Lil Alamin, the mercy to all. I think the scope and the scanning that needs to be done is a little bit wider than this. Yeah. If I may share a little bit of my thoughts, can I have my slides there? Just to put you in line into what the university is trying to do, over the last 2 years, the university has been trying to bring in global concepts like sustainable development as one of those concepts that is important as far as moving education forward. Yeah. So I would like just briefly to share with you. Can I have the first slide that yang ada Mickey Mouse?
The first one.
The first one.
Wow.
just to share with you so that you have, for those of you who are not familiar with the university, which direction we are moving. You go into... just move one. Okay. Which direction we are moving, taking the university's mission, vision into a perspective which is rather new when the university was created or established in 1983, maybe 37 years ago, right? 37 years ago when the university was established, I'm not wrong, I think, if this is the kind of model that we adopt. Yeah. Kuala Economics will want to talk about economics in a very holistic sense. Missing, I think, these 2 points of environment and society as an innate sort of a contribution to what economics is today, all right? And therefore, this is a business as usual, and we see a lot of disparity, imbalances, and also inequitability, which is now very well translated given the COVID-19 phenomena. I think the whole world, including United States of America, London, and so on and so forth, facing the same issue, right? Therefore, I think we need to readjust to this. And this model, holistically, I just want to introduce this word so that it remains in our mind. It is also called the Mickey Mouse sort of model. Mickey Mouse, because you see the 2 ears, which is the environment and society, is rather small compared to the face of this Mickey Mouse. Yeah. So if you have a Mickey Mouse economics, then you may have a Mickey Mouse Kuala, you may have a Mickey Mouse university, you have a Mickey Mouse country, you have a Mickey Mouse rector, and I think it's not a good brand, right? So we need to move away. Not only this brand is very commercial, very westernized, and very comical in very sense, not serious. I think we need to move into a different kind of a model. And the different kind of a model, again, it is not new. 30 years ago, when we talk about sustainable development, we are talking about an integrated model of economics, environment, and social. And at the intersection is what we call sustainability or sustainable development. Now it is called Sustainable Development Goal, which takes care of the unbalanced to be balanced, the equitable to be equitable, all the other things that we are facing now in the context of negativities needs to be put right. And I think this is a big task for the university to look at, and certainly for the Kuala to understand what the new economics will be like. So the word eco, bagi saya, that eco is the ecological thing. Like eco-economics. I think these are the two things, not the economics that we understand today. I think we need to redefine this a little bit, particularly when you go into sustainable development goal that has got 5 overarching principles of the 5 Ps. Yeah? We want to make sure that people are living in harmony in a dignified way. The planet is well taken care so that it's habitable, so that we can live together in this planet in harmony also. And you can see the word partnership there. How do we work together between north and the south, east and the west, the have and the have-nots, all the disparities? How do we, to use today's jargon, flatten the curve, as it were, so that at the end of the day, we have equitable prosperity and also peace at the same time. Now, this is something I think which is, again, very new, and how you feature this in our curriculum, in our pedagogy, and also in the principle of running a university is an issue. Yeah, I would want to bring this down to brass tack for us in the education. This has been talked about for a long time. I think it is not new. This is a headline that makes it's run maybe 10 months ago, which talked about market economics has driven university into crisis. I think the latest headline is not only crisis, has driven university into collapse. Yeah? And we're paying a very high price for this. Now, this comes from The Guardian. This is a case of UK. I hope Professor Keane can enlighten us a little bit about this, or what the latest is as far as education is concerned in the UK. And I just want to take an exception on this. I will not be able to read this well, but anyway, it says that the university spend vast amount on advertising and billboards on buses. I think this is not new. Yeah, when you look at particularly IPTS, look at their buses with all sorts of advertisement. Yeah, 100% employability, and this bus is supposed to invite a student to the university. Both universities, it gives you Central Lancashire and I think Wales of London, I think, splash 3 to 4 million pounds each on marketing in 2017 and 2018, for instance, a vast sum by flashy building that they hope students will go up on an open day, superficial addition that are hardly the best use of limited resources. It is not only in the UK, Malaysia likes to follow other people's example. We are also no less in this particular thing. Yeah, the little resources we've got, we spend it on something which is not academically useful, so that it becomes an attraction. I think in the US, I think if you read another book called Ivory Tower, they spend money on building wall climbing activities so that students can go to the university to climb walls rather than to stay in that lecture halls alone, and so on and so forth. These are issues that I think the model that we have taken as far as education is concerned, I'm not too sure whether it's the right model, given the situation we are in today, that we can afford to waste so much money for something which is not relevant academically speaking, right? So what happens at the end of the day, here is what we say: we don't want to create a world, what we call the weird world, that we do not want. We have got here in this university to define the model of education here, and I think other institutions at the same time, what we call weird. What is weird to us? One is what we call the model is westernized. Not only westernized in the sense it exists now, I think the whole education model has been hijacked in the Industrial Revolution of the 1700s that redefines what education is all about, for mass employment, mass productivity, mass consumption, and we are no different than a factory, right? And therefore, we are driven by economic consideration alone. And that is a university for, if you want to break it down, that is a university. The guys in whites are people like Hassan and me, trying to nurture our students, and the students at the end of the day go on that conveyor belt, a lifeless group of people who understand nothing else but economics, right? And other things, you talk about COVID, they don't understand. They talk about anything else, they do not understand. They just talk about it because they are industry-led in that sense. So the industry will tell us in the university whether this course should be taught or not. So philosophy, the industry says it's not important, so we don't teach them. You cannot find a good philosophy department in Malaysia, in fact, even around the world today, because the industry said it is not relevant to them. Religious studies is not important. Humanities is not important. Social science is not important. All that is important is what they create profits and money. Yeah, and then we go into a rush, what we call the reputational base, ranking, league tables to get number one, and these numbers, the so-called KPIs, are our sort of destiny, as it were. Me as a rector will need to produce 80% student which is employed. When the market collapses, in the case of COVID, why are we talking about employment and employability? The factory is the first one to close down, and the word employment and employability becomes sort of irrelevant anymore. And the last part of D is what we call dehumanizing. Yeah, so we are all run into numbers, and these numbers are the one that tells us whether we are successful or not, basically based on economics and whoever's economic is all about. So we need to look at this again. We need to redefine it. I hope this discussion will take its place during this session today, right? So what are we doing? We are trying to move this model into what we call the wiser model. Yeah. After all, Homo sapiens mean the wise one. How do we become wiser in this particular case? We change it a little bit and say W will be wholesome, not only Western, it has to be Eastern, not only dominant, it has to be indigenous, not only secular, it also be religious at the same time. How do you bring this holistic thing into education? This is what IIUM is all about, when you want to integrate real knowledge and reason as part and parcel of education. How do we be inclusive? Yeah, we talk about not only gender balance, but all the other things that we have been seeing now in the US. Why are people are still talking about Black Lives Matters? In a highly democratic society, why are they still talking about Black Lives Matters? Where is inclusiveness? And I think this is a whole structure that needs to be looked at. Yeah, we want to introduce the word sejahtera because the word sejahtera is part and parcel of the national philosophy of education, bercakap tentang kesejahteraan diri. So where is kesejahteraan diri in education as we dispense it? from not only from the economic point of view, but other point of view as a human person at the same time. How do you be equitable and how to be resilient at the same time? In other words, we are trying to talk about how do you bring the structure of the brain, the mind that we always talk about from the intellectual sense of the word, to bring in values of spirituality. How do you balance the heart and the mind to take in spirituality at the same time, and therefore take two more instances of emotion and physical understanding, and that is part of the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. The falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan talk about the balance of the intellect, spirituality, emotion, and physical. Not just economics, but the whole human being, not human capital. The word that we are using now, human capital, I thought is not good enough. Perhaps it is not even relevant in the context we are giving today. How do you debunk this, as it were, to quote Professor Kin in his book? So the word sejahtera becomes an important word, and we are moving this word sejahtera into what we call now the Sejahtera Academic Framework, which is part and parcel of the university changes moving forward, inshallah, beginning next month, where we introduce this as part of the transformation within this university. So it has to be balanced. Not only balanced, it has to be resilient at the same time. How do you move and make human being as an element that has the coping activities? The word resilient I see here from Professor Skin's words. I hope this resilient will be another skill set that our students have, so that when they are locked down, they know what to do, they know actually how to respond to the environment using the education they've got, using the knowledge and hopefully the wisdom that we've imparted on them. So generally that will be the kind of structure that this university is trying to get into. Not an easy one, but we are forced into looking at what we have got over the last so many decades, and how do you transform this so that we remain relevant in the post-COVID environment. Nevertheless, I think it is something that needs to be done together, and I hope, and I really look forward to the discussion that we have today, so that we can have a lot more insights as we move to make this university a vibrant and a resilient one moving forward. So on that note, let me thank all of you once again. I am very much indebted to you, spending your time with us. But certainly, I think we will be in touch with you as we move on and trying to reshape the university as a university that is of concern, and not only to our own community, but the community as a whole in the context of Rahmatan lil Alamin, which is part and parcel of the university's mission as it were. So thank you very much, and I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we are given all the blessings and the wisdom to come to a brass tack of where we need to go moving forward. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Tan Sri, for your very refreshing speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have 2 sessions of roundtable today. The first one will be moderated by our Dean, Prof. Hasanuddin Abdul Aziz, and the presenters are, number 1, undeniably well known with his debunking economics, Prof. Steve Kin. Number 2, Tan Sri Muhammad Ibrahim. Number 3, Professor Emeritus Dr. Noma Mansour. And lastly, Prof. Ahmad Murad Murikan. Now, let's not waste the time. I invite Prof. Hasanuddin, our moderator for the first session, to chair the session.
Thank you, Dr. Intan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome for this first this roundtable discussion on the paradigm shifts in economics. Economics is an engine of analysis to transform the world, whether it is classical or neoclassical or Keynesian, or even the attempts which we did to infuse our values into the mainstream economics. What we see today is continuous instability, economic calamities, financial panics, hyperinflation, depressions, social conflicts, wars, and all this has triggered crises of confidence, even though we do not deny that our average living standard has been raised. abject poverty has been addressed, but still poverty persists, inequality, inequity, and the state of the economic theories which have tried to answer the questions and how we should be living our life as of now seems to be not actually working in the right proper manner. But no doubt, economic is not a static theory-based, but it's a dynamic addressing the things which is happening then and today. Sometimes we even be mentioning the raising up of the dead economies of the past, trying to address what we are going through. So we should no doubt control our economic circumstances. But how? We want an economic future characterized by balanced, sustainable growth. No doubt we need growth, but not at the expense of sacrificing the planet. Stability, equality, equity, and justice. A system that offers equal access, both tools and opportunities to all. As what has been said by Prof. Rector, not weird, but we want a wiser system in which we can be proud to say that we have treated mankind in a Rahmatan lil Alamin state. So without further ado, I'm just moderating, but that is my, I have to introduce the topic. So let me now invite the speakers, which has been lined up. They are all prominent, expert in their subject matter from all different perspectives. First and foremost, I would like to invite Professor Steve Keen. Let me introduce him to you. Professor Steve Keen is the Honorary Professor at the University College London, UCL, and a Distinguished Research Fellow at the Institute of Security and Resilience Studies. He is a well-known Australian economist with Debunking Economics, a popular book, Debunk Economics. He has over 70 academic publications on topics as diverse as financial instability, the money creation process, mathematical flaws in the conventional model of supply and demand, flaws in Marxian economics, the application of physics to economics, Islamic finance, and the role of chaos and complexity theory in economics. His work has been translated into Chinese, German, and Russian. Without further ado, I invite Prof. Steve Keen to present his presentation. You have 20 minutes. Prof. Steve, please present your presentation. Oh, ni bagi tahu dia unmute.
You need to unmute, Prof.
Yes, pardon me. Sorry about that. Okay. Just have to say, I share your rector's cynicism about Western education systems. One reason I left the sector. It's been turned into a degree factory, which denigrates the role of education. And I think education is probably the best example of something that should be completely state-funded to avoid the distortions of the private sector. But what I want to talk about today is the distortions of the climate instead by mainstream economics. And I'm summarizing a paper. I hope you can all hear me properly.
Okay.
Good. Okay. I'm summarizing a paper which was open access. It may have ceased being open access recently on what can only be described as the appallingly bad neoclassical economics of climate change. This is going to be the challenge of the next 2 decades. And it's, as you know from my debunking economics, I'm a critic of neoclassical economics in general. But what's been done on the ecology is frankly a travesty. This work should never have been published. They have trivialized the dangers of climate change in a range of different ways. They have, firstly, most importantly, I think, misrepresented scientific research. So research we all take for granted on the dangers of tipping points like the Arctic have been completely distorted by them. They have mistaken the climate for the weather. I know this is crazy to accuse an academic of not understanding the distinction between two such important topics in this area, but they clearly do not understand the distinction. They've used geographic data as a proxy for climate change, which is further insanity, and they have destroyed the reputation of far superior methods for modelling the economy, basically system dynamics. And therefore, simply correcting their errors mean that what people currently accept because we swallow what economists normally argue about damages are wrong by at least an order of magnitude. And that'd be good if that was all it was. And they've delayed by 50 years the use of techniques which could have worked if we'd done them 50 years ago, things like carbon pricing. It's far too late for that. And they're to blame for the fact that economic methods can't be used anymore to combat climate change. But to show the scale of their nonsense, here is the damage function which William Nordhaus uses to relate change in temperature above pre-industrial levels to change in the economy. And what it basically says is that for every 1 degree increase in temperature over pre-industrial levels squared times 0.227%, that's the reduction in GDP at the time that temperature applies. So if we find ourselves in a century, as say 2100, with 4 degrees above pre-industrial levels, it'll be less than 4% reduction in the scale of the economy. In other words, quite trivial. That's not 4% reduction in the rate of growth. That's 4% fall in GDP in 2100 compared to what would have been in the complete absence of climate change. Now that function, of course, we all know quadratic is a smooth function. There are no kinks in a quadratic. How do you justify using that by climate change? He argues that this is consistent with work by climate scientists and with work organised by a UK academic, Tim Lenton. It's a total fabrication. I could describe it more, if I was using a child's words, I'd call it a lie. If you see what Lenton had to say about using something like a quadratic, is that society may be lulled into a false sense of security by smooth projections of global climate change. Nordhaus says it doesn't. I don't include sharp thresholds or tipping points, but that's consistent with Lenton. No, it's not. It completely contradicts what Lenton says in his conclusion. When tipping points could occur, Lenton said a variety could happen within this century. And actually warned we probably already tripped one, which is the Arctic summer sea ice. Nordhaus says there's nothing theoretical for more than 300 years until temperature risen by more than 3 degrees. And the greatest threats, Lenton said the greatest threats are the Arctic sea ice and the Greenland ice shelf. And we're already seeing, as anybody following the news, dramatic changes in the Arctic becoming extremely apparent as of last year. Nordhaus said nothing until such things like the destruction of the Amazon rainforest or the West Antarctic ice sheet. Now, that's a complete fabrication. How did he distort that? Well, I went looking back and seeing what was it in Lenton's research that might have been used by Nordhaus to make this claim. And in another paper, Lenton ranked events as likelihood, a scale of 1 to 3, 3 being most likely, impact by the year 3000, 1 to 3 most likely. And then on that ranking, Lenton gave a relatively low ranking in terms of impact of losing the Arctic compared to losing Greenland. And Lenton's impact was, he warned, it was a relative impact. He said that this is showing that Arctic is less important than the Greenland ice sheet, but in absolute terms, any of these are critically important for the actual climate. Relatively, you'd rather lose Arctic sea ice than lose the West Antarctic ice sheet, but that's relative. Any of these things are major compared to other climate events. And what Nordhaus instead did was interpret that as absolute. So that's mistake number one. Mistake number two is mistaking the climate for the weather. And here in 1991, he said that he thought 87% of industry would be negligibly affected by climate change. Now, these are the industries. This is his data, so-called, his numbers, his belief. Manufacturing and mining would be unaffected by climate change. Now, later economists following the same nonsense left mining out because they realised most of it's open cut these days and therefore exposed to the weather. But this is literally what he has said. I assume, with no proof behind the assumption, that none of these industries will be affected by climate change. Manufacturing, finance and insurance, real estate, Trade, commercial and retail trade, government services, even the rest of the world, he had in his list of things that wouldn't be affected by climate change. Insanely bad, and if it was just Nordhaus, you wouldn't worry. But of course, because the IPCC selects mainstream experts in every one of its fields, it selects neoclassical economists to explain about economics, and here these same nonsense is repeated by them. Things that are exposed to the weather are thus vulnerable to climate change. Things which are in controlled environments, i.e. either under a roof or underground, are not exposed to climate change. Now, that's total nonsense, but that's the vision they have. Then they need numbers. You need numbers to do econometrics. So they needed numbers, and hey, you can get numbers by getting data today on GDP and data today on temperature and doing a cross correlation. And they simply assumed that within a particular country, so looking at America initially, the temperature and income variations across America, they took as a proxy for the impact of climate change. So those red dots there, the horizontal axis is how much the temperature of a state deviates from the national average. There was one state right on the average for temperature, 2 states right on the average for temperature. This is the difference in income. So this is the average income per capita in America, and there's one state again right on the spot. It's a wild distribution, and looking at that, you wouldn't be trying to put any regression to it, but they fit in a quadratic. And with that quadratic, there's the prediction. This quadratic that I got out of this data is actually more extreme than the damage function that Nordhaus uses in his DICE model. And here's his prediction for what's going to happen with 6-degree increase in temperature. That's published in American Economic Review Associated Journal. Over here is the prediction for the Ice Age. Okay, when most of Europe was under a kilometre of ice. That's the prediction, less than a 6% fall in GDP. And then when you look at what they're willing to say in public forums, this is Richard Toll, who's one of the 2 chief co-authors of the 2014 report and a prominent neoclassical climate change economist. He's arguing because there's a 10 Kelvin, 10 degrees Celsius difference between Alaska and Maryland, and they're about equally rich. Therefore, climate does not drive income. Now, scientists, on the other hand, what if we had a 10K increase in temperature? In fact, probably a 3K would do it for causing this to the rest of the world. There's what's called, I hope people are aware of what's called the wet bulb temperature measure, which takes into account heat as well as humidity. And when that measure exceeds 35 degrees, even a few hours exposure to that temperature in the shade means you will die. Okay, you can't pump heat out of your body anymore by perspiration. The heat will accumulate and kill you within 3 hours. Now that will affect all of South Asia pretty much with a 3-degree increase in temperature, let alone 10, which is the stuff that Toll is glibly stating would make no difference. That would probably mean the entire tropics and half of the temperate zone would be uninhabitable. And this is the level of trivialization they're doing. So they ended up producing a whole range of numbers that allegedly link climate change to economic damage, but they're all predicated on climate change being no more severe than the temperature variation between a warm and a cold region on the Earth today, completely leaving out the impact of the extra energy we'll be retaining in the biosphere and what that will do to climatic systems. So they're nonsense. We have to get rid of them. I think they're actually a threat to the survival of capitalism. They're a threat to the survival of the human species. And it's been most apparent in the most serious issue we face, which is climate change. Now, it's possible to bring in an alternative approach, and this is what I'm beginning to do with colleagues in thermodynamics and mathematics. I realised that our conventional economic production functions, and this applies to post-Keynesian use of the Leontief function as well as neoclassical use of Cobb-Douglas, leave energy out of the equation. There's no role for energy in any conventional economic model of production. But when you realise that if you don't have energy, you're dead as a human being. If you don't feed energy into a machine, it's just a sculpture. So in that case, when you look at the relationship between change in energy and change in GDP at the global level, it's incredibly tight. That's a correlation over the last 50 years of 0.83 between change in energy and change in GDP. Obviously, the causation goes both ways. We have to include energy inside our models. So I did that by simply saying that labour and capital are means to use energy to do useful work, where we define useful work as GDP. So by redefining output in terms of energy as Q and the energy content of each unit of output as EY, I could then feed that into a Leontief production function and say that the output is the capacity utilization times the number of machines times the machine energy consumed per machine per year, times the percentage of that which is turned into useful work. That then lets you relate it to our usual widget definition of output. And when you go through and do all the calculations, you find that what we call the capital output ratio is actually the efficiency with which, the inverse of the efficiency with which we turn energy into useful work. And using that work, I'm doing this very quickly because of time limitations, I was able to take that and derive an extension of the Goodwin model, so the Goodwin cyclical growth model from 1967, including energy as well. And at a very simple level, you get the same dynamics as Goodwin himself got, which was continuous cycles of the same frequency and amplitude over time. But you can now, with this arrangement, you can now link energy output to energy use and pollution and so on. So in a very simple model here, which I've done in my software package I call Minsky, I'm now able to model the possibility for resource depletion as well, and of course pollution and so on. So you can get an integrated view of how the economy operates and depletes the physical environment and potentially can lead to economic breakdown as well. So this is a very simple model, a very first pass of just simply including the role of energy in production. I'll let that run in the background while I continue talking. So what we have is a disastrously bad interpretation of the economic impact of climate change driven by William Nordhaus, predicting trivial impacts upon GDP and extrapolating time trends for the next 80 years, ignoring the tipping points which scientists know are there, which the general public knows exist, and having a cost-benefit approach to what you can actually call a catastrophic process. If you look at the work of Tom and so on, THOM, you have what are called cusp catastrophes, where a small change can mean your topography changes completely and you have a collapse in output, not just something nice and smooth. The worst prediction they made was for a 23% fall in GDP, for a 4% increase in temperature rise. At that level, scientists expect catastrophic impacts upon the biosphere. There will not be a human civilization as we're used to it at 4 degrees Celsius. So we should eliminate anybody who has contributed to this tradition. Anybody who has used this so-called data to fit their models should no longer be involved in formation of policy change on climate change. And we need to referee these papers by scientists to stop absurd nonsense like that economists accept as a simplifying assumption being passed through into literature which is then taken seriously by policymakers. And we need a genuinely integrated biophysical economics in place of neoclassical economics. But until then, stop listening to economists, particularly William Nordhaus and Richard Toll. Let the scientists run the debate, because we have a far more serious problem than we've been led to believe because economists have led us astray. And if you need to see more information on this and a range of other topics, you can find that at my website, patreon.com/Prof Steve Keen. It is the site which I earn my income, but most of my posts there are open access. You don't need to, pardon me, you don't need to pay me any money to read most of my posts. They're free accessible. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof Steve. You're welcome to be on the show until the end. Prof Steve will be until the end. Okay. So the Q&A will be after the panel presentations. So now, without further ado, let me introduce Tan Sri Muhammad Ibrahim, Tan Sri, the second speaker. Tan Sri Muhammad Ibrahim joined Bank Negara Malaysia, Malaysia Central Bank in 1984 before his appointment in 2004 as Assistant Governor. Served across a multitude of areas in the bank, including banking regulation, supervision, head of strategic planning, insurance regulation, investment operation, reserve management, and financial market. He was appointed as the Deputy Governor of Bank Negara Malaysia in 2010 and served for 2 terms before being appointed as the 8th Governor of Bank Negara Malaysia from May 2016 to June 2018. During this period, he was a member of the bank's Monetary Policy Committee and Financial Stability Committee. He also has served as Chairman of the Irving Fisher Committee on Central Bank Statistics, Chairman of Global Standards and Policy Committee of the Alliance for Financial Inclusion, Co-Chair of the Financial Stability Board Regional Consultative Group for Asia, Managing Director of Dana Harta National Berhad, a bank recapitalization agency that helps restore the affected companies in the Asian economic crisis of 97-98, member of the Corporate Debt Restructuring Committee, board member of the Retirement Fund Incorporated, chairman of the Asian Institute of Finance, the Finance Accreditation Agency, Labuan Financial Services Authority, and the International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, member of the National Trust Fund, trustee of Tun Ismail Ali Chair Council, member of the governing board of the International Islamic Liquidity Management Corporation. Tan Sri Muhammad was a former commissioner of the Security Commission Malaysia and independent director of Petroleum Nasional Berhad Petronas. And currently, he is an adjunct professor at Department of Economics, School of Economics and Management Sciences, IIUM. Tan Sri, you have got 20 minutes to present your presentation titled Efficient Allocation of Resources and Fair Distribution, the Malaysian case.
Obviously, I have to shorten my CV then.
Yeah, sure.
Director Zulkifli Razak, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Thank you for inviting me for this roundtable discussion. As you can observe from the topic, I intentionally choose it to be wide, expensive enough for anything I like to convey, hence the word perspective. There will be no economic model, not even a small one. My conversation will be practical in nature, but shall include some of the practical aspect of public policy in respect of resource allocation and fair distribution. It is by no means an exhaustive exposition, but rather sufficient enough, I hope, to spur thinking and discussion. The topics of efficient allocation of resources and fair distribution of wealth are intertwined. One impacts the other. It's like a Siamese twin. Efficient allocation of resources is a subject of debate for as long as human beings have existed. Why? Because resources of society is very limited in supply, constrained by an existing technological know-how and prioritization of whomever has control over the resources. The problem is compounded by unfettered human wants and human needs. When the topic of efficient allocation of resources is discussed, an immediate subject that will surface is how efficient can the available resources be productively used to achieve maximum output, given a certain amount of inputs, and how the outputs might be allocated according to its best use. And that is always the issue of opportunity cost and trade-off. But why an efficient allocation of resources pivotal in economics? For one, an efficient allocation optimizes economic growth. When an economy grows at its full potential, employment will be optimal as economic agents strive to maximize its utilities. It is presumed that when this is achieved, the welfare of society will be maximized. But the efficient allocation of resources is a big topic of its own. Should the limited resources that society has be determined by a free market mechanism or by an interventionist government policy? Both have merits, both have strength, weaknesses, and limitation. History has still not delivered its verdict on which approach or system is best, even though at one time, some argued with glee that the free market capitalist system enterprise seems to have won the debate. Which bring me to the other twin, a fair distribution of income. How best to distribute and divide income and wealth fairly among a population?
Of course, the word fair is very subjective and subject to polemics. The distribution of income, for instance, in the US is very skewed towards the top. It has been for decades. In the US, the top 1% of families hold 40% of all wealth, and 90% of families hold only less than 25%. It was argued that in a capitalist system, given a fair opportunity, one can improve one's life by working hard and by acquiring skills, experience, and better education. So we thought. But Thomas Piketty's monumental study on distribution of wealth and income is very revealing. In an economy where the rate of return on capital outstrips the rate of growth, inherited wealth will always grow faster than earned wealth. This is a devastating finding. In a situation where economic growth is slow but financial returns is higher, inherited wealth will far outstrip in wealth accumulation than a lifetime jobs. These findings even added significance now, given past trends where economic growth has been anemic while the global financial market shows much higher growth. If these findings become an axiom, capitalism is essentially a system that inherently leads to inequality in income and wealth that is unfair and unsustainable. How about distribution of income in Malaysia? The Gini index reading that measured distribution of wealth showed a coefficient of 0.82 in 2018 compared to 0.79 in 2019. But still an improvement, but still one of the highest income inequality in the region. The data show accordingly, only 0.2% of 21.8 million adults in the country have $1 million, despite the total wealth of the country growing at 14% year on year to $682 billion. On the flip side, 96% or 20.97 million of the population own wealth below $100,000. The data I just mentioned might appear like a dire situation, but it doesn't if you look at the past. An old study by Yuki Ekamoto on income distribution in Malaysia, 1957 to 1980, appear a bit dated, but the lessons learned are still, to my mind, very much relevant in today's environment. The study, in a way, illustrates what an interventionist policy by a government can make a significant difference. The study contrasts the period between 1957 to 1970 and 1970 to 1978. For those not familiar with the division in the period used, 1969 was the year where there was a race riot that impacted the social, economic, and political landscape of the country. As some of you might recall, in the aftermath of the race riot, a social re-engineering policy of unprecedented nature was introduced, the New Economic Policy, or NEP, a three-letter word to some. The NEP two-pronged approach to restructuring society was ambitious, eradicating poverty by raising income levels and increasing employment opportunities for all, and accelerating a process of restructuring society to correct economic imbalances that can reduce and eliminate identification of race and economic function. In other words, households should earn income above poverty line and a more equal distribution of income between the various races. The impact of public policy on income distribution was quite drastic when we compare period of no or weak intervention, that is between 1957 to 1970, and strong intervention between 1970 and 1979. Let me quickly summarize the study's finding. The income inequality between 1957 to 1970, the distribution of income was very unequal. The inequality accompanies the decrease in income and lowest income class, as well as an increase in income at the highest level. The income inequality between 1970 to 79, also a period of strong interventionist policy. The inequality between races as well as between rural and urban areas decreased, although the total inequality between races remained unchanged. But the most glaring was the incidences of poverty. Between 1957 to 1970, the incidences of poverty does not change much. That is the period of no intervention at all. But poverty in 1970 was much more pronounced than 1957 and 1958. The study shows that incidences of poverty decreased rapidly in the 1970s. One particular conclusion was very insightful. The primary reason for unequal income and poverty was about productivity. Those who were involved in high productivity industries acquire higher income than those involved in low productivity industry. The very reason as well for the differential of income disparity between rural and urban areas. As we move forward, what are the possibilities as the country endeavor on how best to tackle this issue of allocation resources and equitable distribution of income? I want to touch on two dimensions, education and government public policy. Education as a great equalizer. Education opens doors, a great equalizer, many say. It enables access to jobs, acquisition of skills and opportunities for families to improve their livelihood and thrive in life. It contributes towards reduction in income inequality, especially if they are engaged in productivity industry. The United Nations named education as its fourth Sustainable Development Goal, a testimony to the importance of this matter. Education and jobs opportunities are interrelated. The type, suitability, and relevance of education will be closely related with the nature of type of future jobs. This is difficult to predict, no doubt, but good projection can be made. An article by University of Witwatersrand gives some indication. Cognitive flexibility, digital literacy and computational thinking, judgment and decision making, emotional and social intelligence, and a creative and innovative mindset. A dynamic education system needs to produce graduates that have the ability to adapt and agile enough to change, and at the same time inculcate the capacity to conceptualize multiple ideas at any time. In short, a multitasker. As I have pointed earlier, good paying jobs come from industries that are most productive. We need to prepare students so that they have the opportunity to earn high income that can improve their well-being. Is our education system able to do this? Are we ready to adopt an education system that is able to prepare our students for jobs that have not yet to exist? How prepared are we to replace a system that are preparing students for jobs that will disappear in the next few decades? Some estimated that between 30% to 50% of existing jobs will vanish and replaced by technology. Do we have the tools and the capacity to design an education system that is agile, adaptive, and essentially ahead of its time in predicting the type of knowledge, ability, and skills requirements that are relevant well into the future? For Malaysia, what are the possibilities? There are a few that can be considered. Decentralization of the education system. Let states run education that leads to competition. Let parents choose where they want to send their children for schooling. Provide more options to parents with the type of education they want their children to attend. English, Mandarin, Malay, or religious school. Make it mandatory to learn languages, science, and mathematics. Ensure syllables are flexible that meet the needs of industry. Enable children the skills to adapt, learn new things, and acquire the skills to learn new knowledge. In other words, provide the opportunities to all. The education needed for them to improve themselves. The ability to choose their own vocation. The opportunity to improve their own path towards upward mobility. The government in any economy is key and play a powerful role in terms of redistribution of income. Through fiscal policy, taxes are collected or reduced, and through spending are targeted at specific economic variables with a view to achieve sustainable economic growth and create employment. So through spending, government is able to redistribute income that is fair to all. It's also an equalizer where the poor, less able, and those in needs are provided with financial assistance. From another perspective, if the government is to redistribute income across its population, either through spending or transfers, in particular education to education and health, it must have strong and wide revenue base. Almost all government of the world have a progressive tax structure, even though in developed economies, tax progressivity have declined markedly over the years, and almost all economies, with the exception of a very few, have some sort of consumption tax. So having a value-added tax system is an important component of taxation that has a redistribution impact. The consumption tax has this ability to tax even the shadow economy, thus bringing additional and consistent revenues to the government. Earlier, I mentioned about allocation to education and health. Government can play a progressive role in ensuring fair access to education and healthcare services among the population. Education provides the opportunity for upward mobility, while better healthcare leads to better quality living. Universal Basic Income, or UBI, is an attractive progressive tool to ensure equitable income. UBI is a cash transfers by the government to all individuals in the country. While the idea of universal basic income has been around for some time now, it attracts an added significance lately given the impact of automation, technological advancement, and artificial intelligence on the future of work. UBI for economies that can afford it will have a far-reaching impact on inequality and poverty, as it applies to all individuals at the bottom of income distribution. But for others, it will be far too costly. Nearer to home, Bangar Malaysia, in its study, The Living Wage Beyond Making Ends Meet, revealed that the bottom 40% of households in the country cannot keep pace with the cost of living, and their earnings are just not enough. The central bank estimated the provisional living wage should range between 2,700 ringgit to 6,700 ringgit per month in the capital. The living wage for single adults is estimated at 2,700 per month, 4,500 ringgit per month for a couple with no children, and 6,500 ringgit per month for a couple with 2 children. Contrast that with the minimum wage of 1,200 per month. We certainly have a long way to go to achieve a living wage. Of course, there are other policies that the government can introduce to balance the gap in income distribution. For example, the creation of a national social security system, an equitable and just labor law, anti-dumping rules, anti-competition law, overdependence of foreign workers that dampen domestic wage agility, just to name a few. I shall stop there, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri, for the informative, systematic presentation of the history of the Malaysian case and how important is education to ensure that the future students are well equipped for the future employment. So without further ado, let me introduce to you the third speaker, Professor Emeritus Datuk Dr. Norma Binti Mansur. Datuk Norma started her career as a lecturer at Department of Administrative Studies and Politics at University Malaya in 1985. She holds a position as Executive Director of International Institute of Public Policy and Management from 2001 to 2004, and subsequently appointed as the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Administration from 2004 to 2009. Her past appointment includes the Ratna Visiting Professor of the School of Innovation and Governance, Tallinn University of Technology, Estonia, in 2015. She was seconded to the Prime Minister's Department as Secretary to the National Economic Advisory Council, NEAC, from 2009 to 2011. Datuk Norma's main research interests are associated with topics relating to social protection, aging, public policy development, and governance. She has published 8 books and more than 100 academic journal articles, book chapters, and media articles. She has spoken in more than 80 conferences and events. Currently, she is the Director for Social Wellbeing Research Centre, University of Malaya, and the President of the Malaysian Economic Association. That Professor Emeritus Datuk Dr. Norma will speak on the title Social Protection and Development Policy, a New Agenda for Malaysia. With that, please, Professor Datuk, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Tan Sri Zul. Don't know whether he's still around. Tan Sri Muhammad Ibrahim and esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen. My discussion, I think, follows very well after Tan Sri Muhammad's presentation. I wasn't sure how our topics will fit in, but I think it fits it very nicely that he started looking at the economic policies, the Malaysian economic performance, and the relation and the distribution aspect of it. I'm covering both and also will further ascertain what Tan Sri Muhammad has mentioned, because when one is talking about social or talking about development policy in the past for Malaysia, especially with the new economic policy, the focus has been of two nature. One is on poverty eradication. The theoretical aspect of it, I think it was given by Tan Sri Muhammad, on poverty eradication. And the second prong is, although it is about restructuring society, it is about, essentially it is about employment. Therefore, it is on human resource development and employment. Hence, the social protection is part of the two-prong objectives of the NEP. Now, but the characteristics of this type of policies would be very much targeting the poor, where it's only giving welfare assistance, very targeted to a few, and in terms of adequacy is very minimal, but most importantly, on poverty eradication. However, when you want to talk about social protection, I'm talking about a larger, a more comprehensive type of strategy where it is supposed to address development itself. I would discuss the points in four main categories or four main areas. Number one is about the inequality in the country. I think it was touched upon by Tan Sri Muhammad. Secondly is on aging. Thirdly, on how Malaysia is caught in what we call middle income trap, or we don't seem to be moving from the level of development that we are, or we have been since the mid-1990s. And fourthly is, again, repeating perhaps what Tan Sri Muhammad was saying, is about how the economy is moving towards digitalization, towards about technology, etc. So these four areas will be covered in my discussion. Number one, as mentioned by Tan Sri Muhammad, the inequality in the country. The inequality improved from 1970 until 1990s. You can see, as demonstrated by the Gini coefficient, the inequality of income in the country has improved. But from 1990 onwards, we can see the decline. Yeah? And the distribution aspect of it, which is supposed to be the equalizer, the transfers, and the tax collected from the well-to-do in the country as the revenue to support the transfers, somehow did not correct, or were not able to correct the inequality we have in the country. For instance, in 2018, the Gini coefficient was only reduced from 0.43 to 0.41 after taking into account the transfers and the tax. Whereas in most countries, so it was only reduced minimally, only minimal, but 0.2%. Whereas the same case, if you look at other countries or relative to other countries, the decrease is about 30% or 40% for some countries, i.e., the inequality before the transfers and before tax and after tax is a very marked difference in the inequality. Now, that's an issue on equality. So the second aspect of a rationale for a stronger consideration of putting social protection as the new agenda for the development policy for Malaysia is our aging population. Now, Malaysia in 2020 has more than 7% age 65 and above. So making our country, Malaysia, as an aging nation. And at Malaysia's current trajectory, those aged 65 and above is projected to double by 14% by 2044 and to 20% by 2056, thus classifying Malaysia as a super aged nation. Now, at this rapid rate, Malaysia would transform from an aging nation to an aged nation in just 25 years. Now, to put this into context, it took France 115 years, Sweden 85 years, and United Kingdom 45 years to achieve a similar feat. The major difference with Malaysia is that these countries had adequate time to develop and prepare by increasing per capita efficiency and gradually raising retirement age as they make the ascent to a super aged nation. Therefore, it is imperative to factor in aging when we are planning for development in Malaysia. Now, the third point that I want to make is about how Malaysia is not able, the changes has happened, but very slowly, is not able to increase our productivity. Now, not just Malaysia, but countries are moving, especially with the pandemic and competition for the same buck for investment, are competing for investments, and Malaysia cannot compete with the low income or with high labor content type of investments. So in order for us to move up the next level of development, it has to be more of R&D, more of value-add economic activities. And in order to do that, Malaysians will have to be trained and also to be able to innovate and to be creative. Now, innovation involves risk-taking. If Malaysians do not feel that they are able or they can support themselves if they lose their jobs or if they are fired, then Malaysians are not going to take risks. So having a stronger social protection would also support risk-taking behaviors and would encourage Malaysians to innovate. And in order for us to move from the level that we are now to a higher level of development or higher level of income, Malaysians will have to take risk and will have to innovate and to be more productive. Yeah? So productivity will come not only with technology, but also with innovation. Now, my fourth point is about digitalization and technology. And I think this was touched upon by Tan Sri Muhammad as well, that 30 or 40% of the present job or jobs today will be gone in 10, 20 or 30 years' time. Hence, and especially with COVID-19, has further hastened the process of this low touch, but moving on to more online, virtual type of business activities. And with this kind of work or employment arrangement, more and more of our young people will not be in the formal sector. So this is also related to how our social protection coverage or our welfare assistance or our unemployment insurance and our social insurance has largely been confined to the formal sector. So those who are the Malaysians who are not part of that formal sector will be left out of the social protection. Now, if I can touch upon how social protection since 1970s until now are organized. We have most of our welfare targeted social protection at the very left end of the spectrum, where it is for the poor. And on the far right, we have a very good social protection or social insurance type of systems, where you have the EPF, the SOCSO, the LTAT, etc., and QUAC for the civil servants. And in the middle, that's what we call the missing middle. So this missing group of people are not covered when they are, when either they lose their job, they are ill, or if they are old. Yeah. So the call for a better social protection, or for Malaysia to consider social protection or to mainstream social protection, is to see social protection as a life cycle coverage, where risks would be, or prices will be when you are young, because children do not earn and they do not have income. So it's for children's protection when they are in maternity, when they are sick or they are unable to work, or for the disabled, for women, because women are also discriminated in many ways in the job market and also with social protection, and also when they are old. So for the, as I mentioned, the aging population would call for a stronger type of support, because not every Malaysian is covered under the EPF, the SOCSO, or the social service pension. So looking at social protection as a more integrated system is to look at not only the cash transfers that one is qualified for, but bringing everyone into the social insurance, the social security type, where everyone should contribute to a fund, that when risk happen, then funds can be distributed accordingly, and it would also have that cross-subsidization and the distribution aspect of it that Professor Muhammad was talking about earlier, and also looking at the labor market policies, where the unemployment insurance or the EIS, the employment insurance system, is now working together with other labor market policies in order to upskill and reskill Malaysians in general, in order for them to be part of the, especially with the pandemic, and also to be part of the new knowledge economy that we're talking about. So in conclusion, I would say that making social protection as the main agenda for development policy in Malaysia will be the way forward. And although, as we can observe, I must congratulate the government as well, there are elements of good social protection coming into the 2021 budget that was announced, and also the recent, yesterday, the special package that was announced. There were elements of good social protection. But I think more of looking due to that 4 reasons that I mentioned earlier should be at the core, or as the main pillar, as one of the main pillars of development planning in Malaysia. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Norma, for your presentation. Now we have Professor Ahmad Murad Marikan. Let me just introduce him to you all. Dr. Ahmad Murad Marikan was a professor at the Department of Management Humanities, University Technology Petronas. He was a referee to journals such as Asia Pacific Media Educator, Current Sociology, Forum Komunikasi, International Sociology, and Southeast Asian Journal of Social Sciences. He was also the editorial board of Analisis Sejarah, Department of History, University Andalus, Forum Komunikasi, Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, University Technology Mara, International Journal of Communication and Media, College of Arts and Sciences, University Utara Malaysia, and a consultant editor to the Journal of the Southeast Asia Research Center for Communication and Humanities. He sits on various panels, among them the MQA, Radio Bernama Panel of Advisor, as well as the History and the Philosophy of Science Committee under Dewan Bahasa dan Pustaka. He has been a member of the Ministry of Higher Education, Social Science and Humanities and Malaysian Qualification Framework Panels. He has written and edited 16 books on the subjects of intellectual history, social science, media, and journalism studies. Currently, Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Murad Marikan is Professor of Social and Intellectual History at ISTEC, IIUM. He is a columnist for the New Straits Times, Belaka Hari Ini, and Dewan Masyarakat. Prof. Ahmad Murad will present his presentation titled Restructuring Social Sciences and Economics Education. With that, Prof, you have got 20 minutes to present your thoughts. Unmute. Unmute. Prof, please unmute. Prof, please unmute.
All right.
All right, you have to repeat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The CV which you read did not come from me. I only give a brief CV on the some of general areas which I've written. But as you've heard, I am not an economist. I will speak as a historian of social science. First of all, thank you to the organizer for inviting me here. I suppose that I'm here because last year the country rector was giving a talk on sustainability and the university in ISTEC. And towards the end, he mentioned about economics. He was saying that economics is not sustainable and that the system is destined to be unequal. As a response, I asked a question. Has the university's economics department made any attempt to restructure the economics curriculum, to rethink about the curriculum, to rethink about economics education, to revamp the economics curriculum? I suppose that's why I'm here today. I was trying to avoid meeting any economists this morning. What I'm going to do is to, for the time given, there'll be three components to my presentation. One, some remarks, opening remarks. Second is I will look into the historical dimensions of the growth of social science, which economics is part of it. I think if we're going to move forward, we have to take one step back in terms of being intimate to the genesis of modern economics. And third, perhaps some reference to looking into the economic curriculum. But I think it's the point here is that we have to pull the bull by the horns. How we can move forward in terms of anchoring alternative dimensions to economics, creating an alternative corpus to economics. What I saw is that I did not see anything, no excitement in Malaysia over this rethinking, reteaching, revamping the economics curriculum in Malaysia. Not only that, also in the social sciences. We've been around, in the university, been around for 50, 60 years. UST Malaya was earliest. But the present corpus of the social sciences perhaps was established in the universities in the 70s. They were very much Euro-American. And we have taken that lock, stock, and barrel. There were critiques in the social sciences in the 70s, 80s. At the time, I think the professors who came back then from Australia, from Britain, were trying to discuss about social science from a non-European perspective, to indigenize social science, hence economics, to look into ways in which anthropology and sociology can be taught and can be studied in Malaysia. But there was no movement, there was no follow-up from the 70s, 80s. And then there was a sort of a revival in 2003, 2004. But that, again, falls short of any continuous movement. Again, we saw in about 2008, 2014, this Occupy Wall Street movement. If you are in the European capitals at the time, you would have encountered students demonstrating on a change of not only the economic system, but the political system as well. A change in how we devise, how we consume and practice wealth, well-being, spirituality, resources, and so on. And economics is not to be seen in isolation. So what what I've observed in 2008, which I thought would be taken up by the social science community in Malaysia or the economics community, did not happen. There's no excitement in theoretical deliberations. There's no excitement in restructuring the curriculum. Our social science curriculum has been the same over the last 50 years. And one of the things which I do since I became an academic in the 80s was to dabble into social science, was to dabble into the curriculum, and specifically on media studies and communication. In looking at various aspects, looking into introducing new courses which are more relevant to us. I'm not saying that we should remove ourselves from mainstream social science or remove ourselves from not teach sociology, but we must remember that what happened in the 1800 was peculiar to Europe. This is a geography that we have to understand. Europe faced a problem of values, a problem of a crisis of religion, a crisis of science. There were contradictions. There was a response toward religion in the sense of the fall of the Catholic Church and the appearance of the Reformation. So these crises created modern social science, and modern social science was a result of the collapse of thinking in Europe at the time, the collapse of society. When Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations, he was writing it as a priest. There was no economist at that time. So many of the discourses, many of the writings and the voices in early modern Europe and modern Europe was a response to religion. So modern social science was, in essence, a critique of religion. Modern economics, as it appeared in the academic scene, modern sociology, and sociology was a queen of sciences in the 1800s. It was a response towards religion. It was a response toward the collapse of the church, a response towards, again, the clash between science and religion and the scientific revolution. And what happened was there were three things that I think we need to capture with regard to relooking at the corpus of economics and how we can capture that and actualize that into a new curriculum. The point is that we've been in the critique mode for decades. Yes, we can continue doing that, but I think to anchor it apart from policies, to anchor it in education, and where education is concerned, to anchor it in the corpus that we have in the universities. Change the curriculum, revamp the curriculum. 2 days back, I was talking to some professors in Malaysia in science and technology, and I asked them. I mean, they were talking about indigenization of science and technology, Malay science and technology. I asked them, after so many decades, and after books have been written, is there a single course on Malay science and technology? Is there a course on Malay economics? I mean, a specific course title called Malay Science and Technology or Malay Economics. No, this is not to say that we are being parochial. This is looking into the peculiarities of our society, which is different from European society. We're talking about, yes, we have a religious corpus which has been universalized. We are European in nature. When we talk about social science, we talk about sociology, the classical social science, sociology, anthropology, economics, political science, and psychology. These are the classical disciplines within the larger social science discipline. And this arose from the crisis and the problems of modern Europe, from the 1700s right to World War II until now. And these are peculiar to Europe. And even when you talk about sociology, there is one sociology, but again, there are local problems. There may be one economics, or perhaps I cannot equate economics to sociology, but again, are there many economics? I'm not talking about Islamic economics as such. I'm talking about alternative economics corpus, alternative economics discourse, which we have to embrace in our universities, but more the International Islamic University. And we have to embrace the economics which is relevant, which is from the historical experience that we have developed. I think where Malay economics is concerned, we're talking about the dimension, this has been developed by Goodwin. And one of the earliest who spoke about Malay economics is Zaba. Goodwin owes his intellectual debt to Zaba. And that has been there is no follow-up on that. We're talking about classical economics, we're talking about mainstream economics, but there are no alternative economic corpus that we are pursuing and we are advocating. So I think it's time that we address this three perhaps dimensions that would be assessed to be the major some of the major causes for this the problem of the social sciences. One is the disenchantment of nature. Again, when Steve Keen talked about this morning, earlier, this is a reflection of this disenchantment of nature. We see nature as separate from us. We see nature as an alien being. We are not part of it. So this is one of the things that has happened, that has been engaged in Europe in the 1700s. And then the emergence of the desacralization of politics without divinity, politics without God, the highest feature of without priesthood, the highest feature of human organization is the state, and the excellent embodiment of the desacralization of politics is in France. The most secularized system and the most secularized state in the world that is doing much in its capacity to secularize Islam, to reconcile state with the religion of Islam, and they have got people to do that. And third is the deconstitution of values. What happened in the 1600s, 1700s, if you look at some of the features, there's a detachment from values. It's a value-free corpus. So social science, as it emerged from the West, is value-free and very much Americanized. We're talking about the separation of facts from values, crash empiricism. And this is where we have imported, and we find that it's a misfit. If you look at the corpus of social science, for example, where do we study religion? Because in the discourse of social science, modern social science, there's no place for religion. Those who want to study religion or those who want to study spirituality will have to go to Islamic studies department, which is wrong.
Thank you, Prof. Murad. I think I will open up for question and answer for 10 to 15 minutes. This is from the Zoom, so you can unmute and ask your question.
Chat box.
Chat box. Tak clear. Yeah, please.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Hasanuddin.
Yeah, please, Prof. Aslam.
Yeah, okay.
You can post the question.
Yeah, thank you. I have put it in the chat because I need to leave in a few minutes. So I will try to come back at the end. But since I have the opportunity, just two quick points. Firstly, I believe the points that were raised by Prof. Murad just now, it's very important. And I did mention it in the chat. How do we actually bring in these alternative economics into the curriculum? We've talked about this in our department for a long time, and always the point is we don't have enough time. We have to cover the syllabus. We don't have enough time. Secondly, we don't have people who are actually who are interested to do research in alternative economics. It's not for your career, to write in some obscure alternative journal that's not Q1 of whatever ranking thing is. So this is a major problem. So if we are serious about curriculum change, we need to be able to resolve that. The second point, just very quickly, Tan Sri Muhammad mentioned this about the importance of productivity, etc. I think the Malaysian system, and it could be in other countries, I don't know, but I know the Malaysian system, we have created a system that produces a neo-rentier class. People who don't want to work in areas that are in the real production areas. They want to become, to use Almarhum Unku Aziz's term, a new middleman. This is the new middleman that we have in Malaysia. People who don't really have any added value to the production process, rather than actually go to the real production. Wage rates have not kept up with productivity rates of labor. Please correct me if I'm wrong on this. I think we've got that. So because of that, people shy away from the real production. So how do you talk about a fair distribution when people are not actually going into the areas that will help the economy in the long run? Yeah, so these are my 2 points.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Aslam. Tan Sri, would you like to go first? Kewujudan venture group in our present economic system.
Just to relate to Professor Aslam's point and the point made by Professor Norma just now, the issue of our country being trapped in the middle income situation. If we are trapped in middle income situation, certainly the fair distribution of income become stagnant, and the accumulation of wealth will become stagnant as well. But one thing that Professor Aslam insinuates is that some of the people have gone into industry or situation where this productivity is difficult to measure. For example, does a stockbroker, for example, buy and sell shares provide to productivity to the economy as a whole? Can it be measured? Now, the measurement of productivity has been very difficult. This was discussed at a closed-door workshop 2 years ago on the measurement of productivity. You see, the advancement in technology and the advancement of know-how, somehow the improvement in productivity, we are not able to measure it. A very good instance is that the use of smartphone. You can do your online banking, you can do your own reading, you can do research using just a small piece of device. But unfortunately, the calculation of GDP and consequently productivity cannot be measured. The improvement that is brought about by, say, the innovation of smartphone, and this is a very important point. If that is the case, that means our measurement of productivity is below what we thought it should be. So we need to think through on how to measure productivity brought about by new jobs, new industries, the advancement in technology that bring about improvement in productivity. We are not able to do that. If we are able to do that, maybe the productivity numbers will look a different. We can look it from a different perspective.
Thank you, Tan Sri. Prof. Murad, the question with regard to the curriculum, it's true enough that we need to change. As economics is a behavioral science, we have to have the curriculum addressing the needs of the place rather than we just keep the Western economic models which might not work within our, and Professor Ungkok Adis also have from the beginning, from his development economic studies, he always measure and look at where it is, the Sarung Index and so on and so forth. So what are your insights with regard to the question posed?
I think in Malaysia we have a problem with engaging with epistemology. There has to be some orientation among our scholars in economics and social science on the theory of knowledge, not only on the empirical substance, but the theory of knowledge on the origins of how disciplines came about, and disciplines do not come from heaven. They appear at a certain moment in Europe, in modern history. The discipline of economics or sociology or anthropology, psychology appeared only over the last 200 years back, 200 or 300 years ago in Europe. And we have to understand how they appeared, when they appeared, and under what circumstances. So our scholars must have some orientation. I'm not saying all, not everybody is into it, but I think within our departments there has to be some consciousness of the genesis of the epistemology of those disciplines, how it became discipline, the distinction between disciplines and fields, and even the emergence of modern disciplines post World War II, and how disciplines disappear and falter after some decades. These are common. So one, we should know this, and we cannot be territorial. We have to move across. Now what we call multi whatever, but it's transdisciplinary. Again, we have to look at economics as such. So there has to be we have to be engaged in. You want to change. We have to look into, for example, I'm not talking about over 2,000 year period, perhaps over the last 500 years, and how it has evolved in the context of the larger condition of the monopoly of the Catholic Church. I think that this is very important. The fall of the Catholic Church has impacted upon the growth of knowledge. So the church has been around for 1,500 years. They have dominated and monopolized knowledge. So when the Catholic Church collapsed, then we have these new disciplines coming up. So I think it's that kind of engagement that we have to do, and look into the relationship between one discipline and another. And this discipline will not exist forever. Apart from that, we have to look into the movements and alternative discourses over the last 70 years, especially after the post-colonial movement, the political liberation movement. So there are many alternative discourses, including Islamization of knowledge, pedagogy of the oppressed, de-Westernization of knowledge, and so on. We have to see the relevance of those approaches and embrace that into our curriculum and our syllabus. And also looking into the history of this region, for example. One of the things that is exciting to me in economics, is political economy. The history of economics. Political economy is essentially the history of economics. And we look at the history of South Asia over the last 2,000 years, we can find dimensions of political economy in the trading system in South Asia over the last 1,500 years at least in recorded history, Sriwijaya and so on, and how these are systems that created a commercialization and trade was the fabric that holds society. So again, one cannot separate trade, the economic system, before the coming of the Portuguese that actually broke and destroyed indigenous economic systems in South Asia. So these are the things which are relevant. History is relevant in the context of disciplinary history, as well as the movements in terms of the genesis of knowledge in our disciplines. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Murad. With that, I think because of the constraint of time, we will move to the second panel discussion. Before that, thank you very much for all the presenters for this session. It has been very informative, very thought-provoking, and definitely we have to take it up on issues which are very much important with the present situation we are facing. Definitely the livelihood, the economic aspects of the people in Malaysia and worldwide is been facing the problem with all the previous theories and so on and so forth might not be working in the right proper manner. So definitely a lot of thought need to be put in, and it will be a challenging time for all the economists. So let us, as usual, appreciate their presentation with a round of applause. I hand this over to Dr. Intan for the second panel.
Okay. Thank you, presenters, and also moderator, Professor Nuti, for the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, do not worry if you have questions. We will have discussion session after the second session of Roundtable. You can, bring your question to the discussion session later. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the second session of Roundtable. So the second session of Roundtable will be moderated by our head of department, Associate Prof. Maya Puspa Rahman. And we have three presenters. The first one is Lawrence Todd. He is representing Fisher-Yo from Ideas. And the second one is Associate Prof. Muhammad Naha Muhammad Arshad. And the last one is Datuk Muhammad Nur Yaakob. Now I invite our next moderator, Associate Prof. Maya Puspa Rahman, to chair the second roundtable session and also this discussion session as well. The floor is yours.
Right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everybody. It is, of course, a pleasure to be moderating the second session. Yeah, we have been listening to a very lively discussion of the first session. I personally feel that we are actually attending a crash course on economics. Yeah, so hopefully we are still energized to listen to the other three prominent speakers. Yeah, on different topics. Yeah, and of course, like what Dr. Intan mentioned earlier, we will have inshallah sufficient time because we do have lots of questions still in the chat box, and hopefully during our discussion time we will be able to address most of the questions. Yeah, so without further ado, I think I would like to call upon Mr. Lawrence Todd, from Ideas. Mr. Lawrence Todd is actually currently the director at Ideas, Institute for Democracy and Economic Affairs. He's working closely with the CEO to manage the research program and overseeing relations with government and industry. Lawrence has previously served in a number of roles in the British government, including the Ministry of Defence and Her Majesty's Treasure, where Lawrence managed policy and analysis relating to migration. He has worked for 3 years in 10 Downing Street as an advisor to former British Prime Minister David Cameron, providing policy advice on foreign affairs, European policy and trade. And Lawrence received a first-class honours in philosophy from the University at Bristol. And I was told that Lawrence will be presenting on, his presentation will be, hold on, let me just double check, on energy, and his specific title will be The Future of Malaysia's energy mix. Yeah, so Please, Lawrence, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you very much for having me. As you said, I'm here on behalf of my CEO, Yo, who is unable to join this opportunity to speak alongside such distinguished academics and panelists. As was said in that, I'm conscious that this is coming down from a very strategic and philosophical discussion about the epistemology of different fields and studies, and I'm going to take this into quite a specific area, looking at where Malaysia's current energy policy is. But I hope that provides a useful contribution to this discussion on sustainability. This presentation I'm about to give is based on some work that IDEAS has been doing over, I would say, the last 18 months to assess the energy mix in Malaysia, the use of different fuels, and the trajectory that's on. I'm presenting here on some work that I coordinated, but was also conducted by some of our senior fellows. So what I've done is I've added a few of my own points, which I've put with a specific star, just so you know that that's kind of credited specifically to me, so that I don't put words in the mouth of our fellows. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, so hopefully everybody can see that. Okay. I have had some problems with my microphone in the past, so please let me know if the quality is very bad, and I will try to address it. But in the meantime, I will press on. So yeah, so my presentation today is on the future of Malaysia's energy mix. So I think this is a kind of very important context to any discussion on sustainability and assuring that we manage our ecology alongside our economy. So the energy sector decision makers always have to consider the challenge of investing in a supply capacity that would be sufficient to sustain economic growth, but is also affordable. That's been the underlying tension in energy policy around the world, but in Malaysia as well. But I think as we recognize to this challenge, we now must prioritize environmental sustainability. So the question that Malaysia's policymakers are wrestling with, I mean, literally right now, they're developing the new economic policy for the next 20 years. The national energy policy, the different NEP. The question they're just discussing is how to expand the energy supply at an affordable cost while reducing carbon emissions, and doing that without a political backlash. So I won't spend too long on this slide, but I think it's interesting just to reflect on the historical development of energy policy in Malaysia. Of course, the key role has been played by Petronas and TNB in terms of shaping that industry, both in terms of the access to oil and gas resources as the primary fuel, and TNB in terms of the supply of energy into people's homes and people's businesses. So starting with the Petroleum Development Act and the incorporation of Petronas in the 1970s, and then a very oil and gas focused energy policy with some diversification in the 1980s, and then really the beginning of a focus on renewables coming in the 2000s, encompassing biofuel and then broader renewable energy targets and actions, which are pioneered by the Sustainable Energy Development Authority. So, although we've seen this shift to focus on renewable energy in the last 20 years, Malaysia has actually quite strikingly made a strong bet on coal. So overall, if we look at the primary energy supply by fuel type, you can see that solar, biomass, biodiesel all represent a very small share of the overall mix. Hydropower is also there. But coal in the yellow still is a major contributor to Malaysia's energy mix. And actually, unlike many other countries, Malaysia has been increasing its use of coal. So over the last 20 years, when we've had more and more policy that's focused on renewables, actually we've increased our consumption about 17 times of coal. So coal has increased dramatically. And so on the right-hand side, this is showing the overall energy supply in Malaysia, but specifically for electricity generation, coal represents about 46% of the energy supply for electricity. So essentially, we've seen that coal increasing alongside renewables. So sometimes in describing Malaysia's energy mix, we've described something that's getting greener, but not cleaner. So although we're seeing an increasing use of renewables, we're also seeing more consumption of coal. So the net effect has been to have a sort of dirtier energy mix, even though we're seeing more use of renewables. Just to take an international perspective on this, it's quite interesting to note that Malaysia is in quite a unique position here of being a major exporter of gas, but an importer of coal. But that's quite rare. So largely countries export their coal and consume the locally produced gas if they can. Whereas Malaysia is in this other situation where actually we export a lot of the gas and we import coal to use domestically. Of course, a lot of this is linked to the political economy around the price of different fuels. So historically, gas has been supplied to the local market at a subsidized rate in order to ensure that the price is competitive. Sorry, I'm just checking. Sorry, I skipped ahead. Let me just skip back. To ensure the gas is supplied at a competitive rate, and therefore, in order to ensure that Malaysia gets sufficient revenue from its gas supplies, it also has to export a large amount to secure the market price. And then in order to supply cheap electricity domestically, Malaysia has been importing coal. And as I said earlier, that's been increasing. So there's a particular combination of factors that lead to Malaysia exporting its indigenous gas supply and then importing coal to supply electricity cheaply. But Malaysia is in quite a unique situation in that regard. Only the Netherlands was the only one that we could find that was similar. So in terms of Malaysia's transition to renewables and specifically its progress against reducing carbon emissions. So in 2015 at the Paris Climate Change Conference, Malaysia committed to a 45% reduction of emission intensity per GDP, essentially. So what we really see as being making the major difference in terms of achieving that goal is this high use of coal for electricity generation. So if Malaysia can successfully aggressively transition out of coal and secure an electricity supply that relies more on other sources, then we'll see the ability to meet these targets. Okay, so it's I won't spend too long because it's a little complicated, but just to illustrate the graph on the left-hand side. So the red line shows you the business as usual. If Malaysia does nothing to change our current energy mix, where emissions will be by 2030. The blue line is then what Malaysia is currently committed to try and do. And some of these things are listed on the right-hand side. And then the green line is really the most ambitious, what it would really take to meet the target. And then that's where these key policy steps come in. So increasing the hydro, increasing other renewables, increasing the thermal efficiency of our coal and gas plants, trying to save 10% of total electricity across the grid, and then continuous improvement in terms of the efficiency, flaring, and oil and gas operations. So we don't, at the moment, we'll have to see the latest policy from the new environment, the new MOSTI ministry, previously MESTEC. But as of the last report by MESTEC to the UN in 2018, this was where we were. We were not on track to hit 45%, but we had identified some of the steps we would need to take to get there. So whether the government, the new government, will be able to take that aggressive steps to achieve that green line in terms of reduction in emissions remains to be seen. But in general, we have made significant progress. But more aggressive exit from coal and aggressive measures to increase renewables and find efficiencies in the energy mix will be essential if we're going to hit that 45% emission reduction target. So just looking at the longer term, I think it's because I think it's important, of course, to recognise that the need to shift to sustainability doesn't need to be driven just by, okay, we have a particular target from the Paris Agreement. There's a wider imperative, and I think that's what a lot of the discussion earlier has been about, that also Malaysia needs to own its own future and not be dictated to in terms of what that looks like. And Malaysia has been really successful, actually, in several measures of increasing renewables. So the feed-in tariff that we've used to increase the uptake of solar, and the large-scale solar auctions that have been run have significantly increased the new solar capacity. So you can see on the right that the cumulative capacity of solar over the last 7 years has increased about 6 times. So the rate of increase in terms of the uptake of solar is really, really promising. I think the other thing, and I'm starring this because it's a slightly more controversial point maybe in the energy circles in Malaysia right now, but it is my own view, and happy to discuss this more, but is that price is really no longer the barrier to renewables. That particularly in Malaysia, we've seen the cost of solar fall to below 20 sen a kilowatt in some cases, which is less than gas and is actually very close to coal, if not set to be less than coal in the next few years. So I think that what has changed much more quickly than even people anticipated in 2015 was how quickly the cost of renewables would actually fall. And I think Malaysia has been a great example of a country where we've seen that happen, because of how successfully the solar industry has expanded and been able to bring down costs. And the policy measures that have been introduced, like the solar auctions, that have used competition to drive that development and those innovations, have, I think, been very successful in making price no longer the kind of primary barrier to increasing the use of renewables. That being said, there are other challenges. So when it comes to fully transitioning to renewables, as I showed you in the earlier slide, we're still very, very low. Although price is not the barrier, storage and technology certainly are. Just going to this last point, that the price is very low if you don't bake in the need to store the energy. Therefore, what we have is these 3 challenges. So that the variability for renewables such as solar power, they suffer from highly variable energy outputs depending on the weather and sun position. Dispatchability, so it's quite difficult to, if suddenly there's a surge in demand, can the grid continue to be centrally using only renewables dispatch energy? Hydropower is very good at this, but all our hydropower is in East Malaysia rather than in the peninsula where the energy demand is. So renewables on the peninsula really is solar, and it's difficult for that to be dispatchable. So this is one of the big challenges that TNB will point to in terms of achieving a transition to renewables. And then related to that is energy storage. So at the moment, the technology to provide storage, particularly of solar, is very expensive and therefore not very feasible. And therefore, large-scale solar as the primary energy supply is not really a feasible solution in the short term. I think the question here, maybe we can discuss it, is how aggressive we want to be on this transition. Is also a conversation not just about the supply, where are the new energy supplies coming from? Can they meet our current needs? It is actually also about a fundamental reassessment of demand. And that's the really tough part, I think, and where I think this conversation connects to some of those really big themes that you were talking about in the first panel, which is actually kind of challenging some of the underlying assumptions of the demands of economic growth and how our political economy is structured. Maybe I'll come on to say something about that in a moment. But given these challenges, I think the reality is that while renewable capacity is growing steadily, as I showed you, and the price is falling really, 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 really well, that's definitely been very positive. Conventional energy is going to continue to play a significant role in the short to medium term in Malaysia to ensure supply stability. Just very quickly, we did also look at whether COVID-19 was going to impact emissions very significantly, and essentially we're actually not that optimistic that it will have impacted emissions, just looking at lessons from the 2008-9 financial crisis and how quickly emissions actually recovered after the recession. But I won't dwell on this because I don't think it's as relevant to today's conversation. So in terms of navigating this energy transition moving forward, there are some really important policy choices the government and the society actually, I think, as a whole have to face. So one of them is this coal problem, is that we need to get to a situation, I think, where coal is significantly reduced in the energy mix, and that the demand for conventional energy, so something that's dispatchable, reliable, is provided by natural gas. Now, the core challenge here is making that affordable. So there's a conversation about how we want to structure subsidies for low-income houses and so on. But I think fundamentally, unless we can kind of get the coal out of the energy mix as fast as possible, it's just adding to the challenge of securing the transition and reducing the impact on the environment. But the key challenge here really is how do we transition to gas playing that primary role in terms of conventional energy supply, given the higher marginal cost of gas, and therefore how do we balance that impact on particularly low-income households or struggling businesses. And obviously in the context of the pandemic, now is not the time to add to fuel prices. But I think we have to have a conversation about the fact that Malaysia's very low electricity prices are paid for by coal imports. So I think moving forward into a more sort of longer term policy choices, we have to look at how we restructure Malaysia's industry and how we look at the fiscal relationship with conventional fossil fuels. So in terms of industry, I think we recognize that Petronas, as an example, is one of Malaysia's real assets in terms of corporate success, the kind of talent, the organizational capital that Petronas has developed, and that we would want to try and see how the oil and gas industry, represented at its pinnacle by Petronas, can pivot into renewables so that we can transfer some of those skills, those organizational skills and corporate assets into renewables. And secondly, I mean, we could have a very long conversation about this. It's another area I'm very interested in is transformation of the electricity supply industry. So we're looking at liberalization of the role that TMB plays, competition in electricity supply. That's all captured under the Malaysia Electricity Supply Industry 2.0 initiative, which is sort of hanging in the balance following the change of government. But how we hardwire the transition and sustainability into this industry transformation plan is really essential. If we bring in competition to the retail supply sector for electricity, and then that just leads to bringing back all the coal, then that's not going to be a good thing for the consumer in the long term. So how we make sure that electricity supply liberalization works hand in hand with the energy transition and movement towards sustainable energy supply is really, really very crucial in terms of the industry development moving forward. Secondly, the other key thing is how we reform the public finance relationship with fossil fuels. So reducing government dependency on fiscal revenues from oil and gas production. This is really tough, and of course is very tough now in the context of the pandemic and the additional fiscal pressures that has introduced. But unless we do that, the political economy of the energy transition is going to be even tougher for Malaysia. So I think changing that relationship with the fiscal revenues towards more supporting the long-term transition rather than supporting short-term fiscal requirements is something that we have to prioritize. And this, I think, needs to then be part of a wider discussion on the public finances and strengthening the other forms of fiscal revenues, crucially looking at other forms of taxation, which are very low in Malaysia overall as a share of GDP. So I think that in that sense, for Malaysia, the energy transition is also about transforming public finance and reducing this dependency on fossil fuel revenues. But unless we do that together consistently, and I can say this like speaking in some of these government committee meetings, the challenge to trying to break or reduce the role of fossil fuels is always very difficult given this extra public financial dimension. At the same time, nearly there. At the same time, we can also seize a lot of really exciting economic opportunities from the transition. So incentivizing renewable solutions, looking at new mobility, energy efficiency, electrical vehicle infrastructure manufacturing, future-proofing Malaysia's automobile industry beyond the internal combustion engine. There are real industrial opportunities here for Malaysia to benefit from the transition, to be a front runner. As I've been talking about, Malaysia's solar panel industry is actually become a very competitive sector. And I think there's we think there's further economic potential there for job creation, for better supply chain linkages within the country, and integrating with R&D to produce some of those high-value, high-productivity jobs that were referred to in the first panel. And then also, I think, improving the infrastructure for, particularly in rural areas, just to promote energy efficiency more widely and provide for a kind of more sustainable energy architecture in the country, which can also be a source of job creation at this time. That would largely need to be public sector driven development. Okay, I just added this point. There should be a star here because this is a point that I'm adding. Like, it's not, I don't want to put words in the wider ideas family mouth, but I think also we have to have a conversation about reforming demand expectations. If we want to achieve the energy transition without ever disrupting people's expectations about being able to turn on a light or being able to pay very low prices for electricity, then it's going to take a very long time, and we'll be living with coal and gas for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. So if we want to move aggressively on renewables, I believe we can move faster than we are now, and we can do it in a sustainable way. But if we want to move as fast as we possibly can, we also need to have a conversation about the expectations that society has in terms of the level of demand on electricity, and how we can make that, the demand side, more sustainable. Should people expect to have every appliance on their house on whenever they want it, or do we need to change our relationship with energy as well, and look to ourselves and what changes we can make? This is not an area that I'm an expert in, or we have done specific work in. I think it's a wider society question, but given the broad scope of today's discussion, I just wanted to add this point because I think it's a relevant question when you're having this broader interpretation of the sustainability challenge. So I just wanted to credit two of our associates, our senior fellow, Dr. Renato Lima de Oliveira, and our associate Matthias Farming, who helped to produce this research. So as I said, I'm speaking on their behalf, but adding a few of my own points as well, just to try and make this particularly relevant for today's discussion. So I'll conclude my presentation there, but we're very happy to take any questions, and I hope that was a helpful contribution to today's discussion on sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lawrence. Yes, I think one of the key takeouts from Lawrence's presentation is on the huge potential of the solar energy, and how do we actually focus on transitioning from the coal to other renewable energy. I remember one of my friend, he's Dr. Muiz Murad, he's also focusing on renewable energy, particularly wanting to implement a lot of projects in Malaysia based on solar energy. I think back in 5 to 7 years back, but it was being the take-up was not that good, and now I think he's focusing on other things as well in other countries. So our next speaker will be Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Muhammad Arshad. He is currently the associate professor in our department, and he will be also presenting a very much relevant topic now, which is on COVID-19 as well as on the labor market structure, particularly rethinking on ways to harness Malaysia's demographic dividend. So let me just read out loud his background. Dr. Muhammad Arshad is an academician, an author, columnist, and also a YouTuber. I'm also one of your subscriber, Dr. Naha. His research interest is in the areas of economics of education, labor economics, as well as Islamic economics. So at least once a month, he would release a YouTube video on economic series on his YouTube channel, San Naha. So I give the floor to you, Dr. Naha. Tafadhal mashkur.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Amma ba'd. Thank you Associate Professor Dr. Maya, Head of Department and also Chairperson for the session. Respected Tan Sri Rector, respected panelists, audience, wherever you are, thank you for joining our session. And I hope my voice is clear. So let me share my screen first before we proceed. I hope everyone can see what's on the screen. Okay, the topic of my presentation today is on COVID-19 and the labor market structure, rethinking ways to harness Malaysia's demographic dividend. This is a very specific topic focusing on labor issues. And I think this topic is also important because we are in the crisis situation requiring careful maneuvering of the economic policies so that we are not affecting the most vulnerable people in the economy. I'm referring to workers. So to relate to the big topic of the discussion that is on paradigm shift, right? I divide my presentation into three important segments. The first one is to go to the idea of paradigm shift in the economy. And then we will look at the discussion on the current pandemic and how the pandemic changes the labor market structure. And the third one is about what are possible policies, ideas, or even implications that we can think about. Right? I will not give a silver bullet to solve the problems, but this is to tickle our mind so that we can reimagining new approaches to the economy. So going to the first part of my presentation, that is to understand the paradigm shift here. All right. When we say paradigm shift, especially or in particular in economics, right? Let's go to the triggers of paradigm shift. I divide this into basically three important parts. That is, a paradigm shift caused by mankind, human being, in particular scholars, revolutionists, right? We have Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam as a great person that bring big change in the way how we conduct our life in the world. So that's one aspect. And then there are also the events that trigger paradigm shift. We have World War I, World War II. In particular, World War II has give birth to new economic way of thinking, moving from new classical to the Keynesian way of thinking, and then we have monetarist and so on, and it's keep evolving up until now. Events also we can bring in technology as part of the events, right? The discovery of internet and so on. That's also creates some paradigm shift in the way how we look at our life today. But more relevant to our discussion today is on the third trigger of paradigm shift. That is on the pandemic, the current pandemic. There are terms now, they call it as pandemiconomics. You can find many articles using this jargon now. All right. Before we move to this, this is a bit of a philosophical level of the discussion. Then I will go to the more practical one. The theoretical one, I leave to many researchers. Even I invite postgraduate students, if you are interested to venture into the topics that I will present later, right, you are welcome. Now, we have the 18th century economist or demographic economist, Thomas Robert Malthus, with the idea that, he observed that population growth in the 18th century Europe was growing faster than food supply. Then in his thesis, he proposed check and balance to the system via natural disasters, disease, right? Moral restraint. These are among other factors, according to him, that can create check and balance to the rising population growth. I want to highlight on the issue of disease affecting population growth. And we are at that situation now because COVID-19 has caused deaths, I think close to 2 million people in the world as a whole. United States is approaching 400,000. Malaysia, we just passed 605 total deaths. That's alarming. That's something that require us to, I'm not a fan of Malthusian, but the philosophy of it is tinkering my mind to revisit this thesis and look at the idea of how the pandemic would create threat to human life. So moving to pandemic economics, right? I picked one book. The title of the book is Economics in the Age of COVID-19. This is 2020 books by MIT Press. I glossed through the books. I read the review of, luckily there is a review of this book. So I basically can have a good idea of what this book is about. One thing interesting about this book is the author is Joshua Gans, right? The author mentioned about the need for us to refocus from wealth to well-being, because the paradigm of economics after World War II is more about emphasizing on economic and wealth creation, believing that by having more wealth, human beings can be happier. That's the path of happiness that that the economists, I would say, hold on for many decades, at least from World War II. Then, because of the current pandemic, now the author, in his first chapter, the title is Health Before Wealth. Health Before Wealth. It shows the paradigm shift now. If we study about the concept of sustainability, right? Our Professor Tan Sri Rector is a sustainability person in this. He's the expert in this area. But when we bring in the Islamic concept of sustainability, it's not economics as the central focus. It's human being, right? Life is the most precious part of development. All forms of development should focus on human, right? Well, human well-being. So I think that's interesting in the sense that it's bring back the focus on health before wealth. Health means we cannot enjoy whatever prosperity that we have gained so far simply because many of us are very sick now due to the pandemic. All right. Now that's the philosophical part. No problem. Okay. Let's move on to the real issue that we are facing now. I'm bringing in the discussion about how COVID-19 pandemic is affecting the labor market structure. If we have our panelists before talk about inequality and so on, you can take the top-down approach to address inequality by having a certain policy at the government level. But the workers who work and earn hard income, that this is where the real deal is. Now, when we say pandemic and labor market structure, the title of my presentation is how we can harness or rethink ways to harness Malaysia's demographic dividend. What is demographic dividend? Here I have a very quick statistic. This concept is very simple. I think Professor Norma Mansur is the person to talk about demographic dividend. Now, demographic dividend exists as an opportunity to our country when we have big proportion of the working age. In other words, working age population is more than the non-working age population. If you look at this statistic that I have, taking from 15 years old up until 65, basically those are the active working age. This is more than 50% for Malaysia now. In a simple word, we have more than half of our population who are very productive, who should be contributing to the economy, and given their huge percentage, this should be enough to take care of welfare of those who are not productive, such as those in school, those retired, those sick, and so on. That's the idea. Therefore, we are in the state of demographic dividend. The question here is, are we ready, or are we there to reap this dividend? That's the question. And spoiler alert, the pandemic put us in a very bad situation to reap the benefit. That's the spoiler alert. Okay, so that's actually the conclusion, at least, that I have at the moment. I will guide you through how I arrived to that conclusion. Now, when we talk about demographic dividend, remember also that Malaysia is a young country because the median age of our population is around 29.2 years old. China is 42 years old, median age. So we are young. That's a song, we are young, I think. So we are young and we should be productive, all right? How the pandemic is affecting our labor market? Let's see. I hope Dr. Maya, please remind me if I near the time. I can be excited talking about this because labor economics is my passion. These are six factors that is currently real time affecting our labor market structure. All right. We have health, we have geographical change, we have occupational change, we have organizational change, we have, I know Tan Sri Rector don't like the word human capital investment, but I have to use this because in the labor economics textbook, this is the standard term, so I don't want to introduce any new term here. And then we have the rise of the informal sector, all right? So now let's see first how health is affecting the labor market structure. I will choose and pick some of the points here because, and I appreciate if you can, if this is on YouTube, please put in your comment what are the points that I can have, so I can give a talk on that also. Okay, so please like, subscribe. Now going to health, we are in the situation where our health is threatened by the virus, and I want to focus on one aspect of the sector, that is the health workers sector. All right, the market for health sector is at the very brink of, in terms of the demand, there is huge demand for health workers, but the supply, we cannot produce doctor overnight. In labor economics, there is a cobweb model of occupation. It takes time, right? It takes time how we can supply doctors. The issue that I want to highlight when we talk about health workers here is because this is about demographic dividend, the young people. If you have teenagers, all right, teenagers kids or teenagers children, are these people interested now to become a doctor? Given the picture of how doctors now have to wear the astronaut-like suit and so on, is being a doctor, being a nurse, becoming, your life ambition to our young generation? That's one thing that we need to think about, because if they are no longer interested, looking at the current situation of how the health worker is dealing with the pandemic, remember in 4 years coming, we will have more serious shortage of doctors and health workers. All right? So government need to bring some national interest into this aspect. That's one important call that I want to make. The next one is under health still. If we look at the COVID, it has caused death all around the world. United States, Brazil, India, these are big numbers. Malaysia is more than 605 since yesterday. The book by Joshua Gans estimated that the economic value of life I know some of you may not like this economic value of life, but he estimated about $10 million. This is a very rough figure, not just focusing on economic value, that's a simple measure of that. 10 million, let's take 10 million. And given, let's take yesterday or 2 days back, our death figure in Malaysia is around 600. I round it to 600. 600 times 10 million, that's 6,000. Right? You convert to Malaysian ringgit, roughly is about 24 billion loss to the economy because of the current deaths due to the pandemic to the Malaysian economy. That's about half of our GST collection in its first year. To give you the perspective, that's a serious loss. And this pandemic, because of the death cost, is not a trivial matter, and the book Economics in the Age of COVID-19 mentioned about 4 phases of how we should deal with the structure. The first phase is to the containment stage. We need to contain. And I call for everyone who joined the session to observe the SOP very carefully, seriously. Because if we don't take care of ourselves, we are not taking care of other people. And that can create more deaths. That will create more problems to our health workers. All right? Now, containment is very critical because the second stage of it is reset. The third stage is recovery, and the fourth stage is enhancement. Containment and reset are very important because the current containment level will determine how much damage we will see to our labor market structure. If we fail to contain it very quickly, I will be very pessimist about the outlook of our economy for the next 5 years. And we are in our 12th Malaysian plan now, right? So reset should be the opportunity for us to take the opportunity to break away from the previous baggage of our economic problems, such as middle income trap and so on. So we need to rethink seriously about how we deal with the pandemic, taking it as the opportunity for us to use the restructuring needed to improve. All right. And now the third one under health is about the low productivity, how the sick people, because of the pandemic, they are still alive, but they cannot work. Like our conference today, we cannot meet one another, right? When someone is affected by COVID-19, it's not about that person's low productivity now, but it also can affect the entire organization's productivity. And that's also a form of loss to the economy. Moving to the second point here, so health is creating labor market structure. And then the next one is the geographical effect or the geographical change. About the geographical change, usually when we say geographical change and occupational change in labor economics, we will say, okay, these are the 2 factors contributing to what we call as structural unemployment. Yeah, that's something that I'm discussing here, right? Geographical change, I want to focus on the close of borders now, because due to this, we are no longer able to have what we call our supply chain has been interrupted, right? The irony was, before pandemic, we all think that, okay, we are part of the global supply chain. When the pandemic started, then the whole world realized that actually it's not that global. It's all China supply chain. Okay. Nonetheless, we close border with Singapore, with Thailand, at least in the context of Malaysia, and that's affecting many workers, right? Especially between Johor and Singapore. Right? It's affecting Singapore. It's also affecting many Malaysians working in Singapore, vice versa. So, all right, their welfare should be considered. And if the pandemic prolonged, I think maybe they will think about, going back to Malaysia, stay here for good and find jobs here, and our economy have the jobs for them. All right. Closed border also means many of our students no longer can study abroad. There are many aspects, but I need to choose and pick my discussion. Foreign workers is another effect. We are so reliant on foreign workers, but now most of them have been deported. Even if you want to have haircut, there was a discussion where the barber association mentioned that they cannot hire people to work for them because most of the time we import our barber from India, right? So the agricultural sector, many sectors rely on foreign workers in Malaysia. Talking about, okay, let's replace workers with machine. We become more capital intensive. That's nice to hear, but how fast we can do that? All right, that's the question. I think that there is a need for us to look into policy that can bring back talents, Malaysian talents here. Talent Corp is doing that. But on top of that, we also should retain foreign talents here. Many developed countries rely on foreign talents. Yes, Dr. Maya? How many more minutes I have?
I think about 5 more minutes. Can it be done in 5 more minutes, Dr. Naha?
I wish I can have more time, but no problem.
It's very interesting. Anyway, it's very
occupational. Right? Let's say occupational change. I haven't come to work from home yet. Occupational change, knowledge. Right? We need to find new. We need to continually acquire knowledge. There is also reskilling, right? Upskilling, and so on. Industries affected. Okay, this is also very important because when we say occupational, definitely the direct hit was the tourism sector, hotel tourism, aviation. There are other sectors who are thriving under the current situation. Depending on the sector, the labor market dynamics of that sector also is changing. All right. We know many those who work in aviation sector are affected, but those who become freelancer, they are thriving. Right? This urbanization of the economy, this call for example, the following points that I have. We have, for example, the new generation, the young generation are more inclined to become freelancer. All right. Many young people now, there are studies about that. They don't want to associate themselves with any firms, but they like to associate themselves with certain occupation. You can be web designer, but you don't want to be associated with certain advertising agency, for example. Right? These are the changing work environment out there that policymakers need to be aware and rethink about how we can mold our labor market so that we can get away from the middle income trap. Organizational change, what I have here, technological adoption here refers to how company can adopt this. Yeah, this is our favorite topic now. WFH, work from home. For work from home, there are few points that I want to highlight. It creates few things here. There are many things going on, right? It's allow for freelancing. ILO, International Labour Organization, found that 1/3 of job can be done from home. So that's something. There are many empty office spaces now, right? How we can utilize that? There is also this already emerged before. Digital nomad. People now can work everywhere. The selling of caravan, motorhome, especially in United States, is booming because with solar panel they can move around and they can work everywhere. All right. I want to skip all those, but I want to bring into human capital very quickly because this is important, especially on the lag cohort here. The lag cohort refers to, in the context of Malaysia, just to make the understanding simple, the 2020 SPM candidate is our reference point. That's the lag cohort. What do I mean by lag cohort? Now this 2020 SPM cohort, including my son, right? They are supposed to sit for SPM in February. It should be back then in November. If they manage to sit in February, we can avoid lag cohort issue if universities in Malaysia can enroll them into matriculation program or STPM, whatever, within 2021. If they miss 2020 to enroll into university, then there is a lag cohort issue. My estimation on lag cohort, because my son involved, I do calculation for him. 1 year delay in him enrolling into university will cost him 92,000 ringgit, only 1 year, compared to the normal cohort, right? So 92 is already big. And I have some numbers, how I get to that, but this is just to give us some idea, all right? So their welfare, how we can absorb them quickly into the system is important, because this lag cohort is also affecting many other groups in the economy. The issue here is they are facing with what we call as the delayed life goals. After SPM, usually you want to go for your university study, or you want to explore the world, whatever. But now all this must be delayed. They miss. So far, we are almost 1 year out of, they miss almost 1 year. All right. And we don't want them to miss more than 1 year, or we still can save that. All right. Policymakers, those who work with education ministry or MOHE, I think need to pay attention to this cohort. That's very important. Now, education. When we measure education and people are learning from home, are we measuring the academic achievement, or are we measuring the access to ICT technology? Because most achievement that we get now is biased towards telling us about how good is their ICT level from their home. That's the issue of internet learning or online learning now. We are not purely measuring achievement. Before this, we put them in a hall, we can cut the noise outside. Purely from their brain, they put it on paper. But now, there are many things would affect performance, right? And the last point is, the pandemic is also creating growing informal sector. Informal sector, there are many things here. But informal sector now is different than 20 years back. Informal sector now you can do online, all right? Informal sector online informal sector can create millionaires. We have influencers. We have Insta famous. They don't pay tax, so they are qualified to be in that informal. But there are also, as Prof. Norma Mansur mentioned, there are also the traditional type of informal sector workers whose welfare are affected. Right? That's require careful welfare program for them. Right? I wish I can say more, but just to conclude my discussion, the last part is on policy. I call for policymakers, even for researchers, PG students who are interested to look into these matters, because at the moment, all this, there is very preliminary research on this topic. We have yet to understand deeper consequence to the labor market, right? Effect of labor market. If we fail to contain the pandemic by mid of 2021, I think the way for recovery to this country will be delayed up until 2025. So I'm worried about workers. My sympathy is on them, and I hope we can put our serious thinking of their welfare. So with that, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Naha, for a very interesting presentation. I think most of us would be attracted to the pandemic-conomics term that you have actually highlighted with regards to the freelancers on the gig economy and such. So we have lots. I'm hoping to basically the participants to raise lots of questions on this. But I suppose there's this one quick question being raised. What is the software that you use for this, Dr. Naha?
This is also a paradigm shift. I'm moving away from PowerPoint. This is a mind mapping tools that I always use to organize my thinking.
What's the software again? Sorry.
There are many versions of mind mapping. I don't want to promote any, unless this app sponsor me. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for that. Okay, so let's move to the last speaker. Our last speaker is the prominent Datuk Muhammad Noor Yaakob. He's currently the board member, Malaysia Productivity Council. He will also be speaking on inequality and fair distribution. Previously, he was the ambassador or permanent representative to the WTO in 2003 until 2009, including a chairman of WTO General Council for 2007 and executive director of APEC in 2010 until 2012. So currently, he is the adjunct professor at the Institute of Malaysian and International Studies, ICMAS, UKM, and a board member of Malaysia Productivity Corporation, as well as the member of National Wages Consultative Council. So the floor is yours, Dato'.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you to the organizers for having invited me. Being the last speaker, you have the pros and cons. On the one hand, a lot of what you want to say has been said by previous speakers. And this morning, I refer in particular to the very excellent presentations by Tan Sri Ahmad Ibrahim, as well as Prof. Datuk Noma, whom I know personally. We both sit on the National Wages Consultative Council. And it happens that at every council meeting, we're always seated right next to each other. So there's always a side conversation between me and her. So because of that, I would, but on the other hand, it makes life easier for me. Most of my work is done. So in that context, can I request the Secretariat to just go, the earlier part of my slide was on the data, what has been happening globally on income distribution and I also zeroed down on what has happened in Malaysia, including the report by Khazanah Research Institute recently, as well as the Stats Department. But those have been covered adequately, I say, in Tan Sri Ahmad Ibrahim and Prof. Noma. So maybe can I request the Secretary to just go to, I think, slide 15 on observations in my presentation, please, if that can be done.
The Secretariat is doing that, Dato'.
Okay. Well, I tried to. I learned some economics, but that was many years ago. The last time I went to school was also at 2002. So it's been some time. So I'm not so sure I'm fully qualified to talk about paradigm shifts in the disciplines of economics, but never mind, let me try. First of I have only 2 or 3 observations. First of all, I think the distribution data based on the studies that have been done, one I quoted here by Radabla Norms and a few other of her colleagues at the IMF, they have drawn the conclusion that supply side economics or Reaganomics of the 80s doesn't work. Reagan tried to cut taxes for the rich, and and they say that will increase investment and so on, and that will in fact the benefit will trickle down to the rest of society. That was the contention of Reagan, and as a result, many countries cut taxes and so on. And even to this day, those tax cuts are still in place in some countries. So, but I think there is a particular study there which shows that the thesis of Reagan economics is basically false, and instead an increase in the income share of the bottom 20% is associated with higher GDP growth. Quite surprisingly for me, I was reading some of the agenda papers for the Davos conference this year, which is only held in January, going to be held in later this month. One of the agenda papers also criticizes trickle-down economics, and they have done that based on a study of more than 15 years since the Reagan era. So this to me has implications for Malaysia too, especially after the government is now spending 20% of GDP on trying to recover from the pandemic, as well as trying to re-stimulate the economy. I think there'll be problems of how do we settle the question of how the funding gaps. And based on that, I think the government should not preclude the possibility of imposing higher taxes on the higher ups, on the top 20, and as well as also maybe on some corporate taxes. I think the government should consider that as a way out, and including the GST. I think should be one of the ways that the government should consider as ways to bridge the financing gap that has been created by huge spending on COVID, attending to the COVID issue. Secondly, still, next please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Again, still, coming to the COVID-19 pandemic in particular, you find that the inequality between the gains and reduction in inequality across countries may be reversed as a result of COVID-19. On the one hand, because advanced countries have more resources to deal with the fallout, including for the recovery effort, which I need not elaborate, I think. And overall, you find that not just in Malaysia, lower paid workers are more represented in sectors that have suspended activities or have been forced to shut down, hotels, restaurants, tourism, and I think one of the speakers has earlier mentioned this. And I was looking at the SOCSO data for the most recent fortnight, for the 1st to 15th June 2021, the majority of the loss of employment is amongst the lower wage workers, rather than by I find here, for example, for those earning between 1,000 to 1,499 ringgit, there were 476 cases, compared to those between the 13,000 to 16,000, there were only 59 cases. And you can see that the graph, it's a gradual graph between those two income groups. The slide is on the screen now. This is data from SOCSO. So this might also impact internally in Malaysia, where I think the poorer sections of society might be more adversely affected compared to the more well-off sections of our society. Now, Now, next I would talk about the digital economy. Yeah. Overall, before I come to the points on the slide, I was a member of the APEC Vision Group, and I think which prepared for the APEC Putrajaya APEC Vision Statement issued last November. Among the things that we identified for APEC to work on in future is the digital economy, and again, even then we were concerned about the digital divide, and what must be done. What we suggested should be done was to ensure, on the one hand, digital infrastructure should be made available to the poorer sections of society or the rural areas, because we find that in the urban areas, internet speeds are very high, access is very easy, but not so in the rural areas. And it happens that in the rural areas where the income is low. So we had, among other things that we had recommended was the government must pay attention to infrastructure availability for the rural areas so that there's equal access, as well as skill training for those parts of society. But in the context of the pandemic, I was reading a paper by Jeff Payne of the Asia Internet Coalition. He says that e-commerce, online media, and food delivery have surged during the pandemic in Southeast Asia. In our region, where small and medium-sized firms have provided half of all employment. And the suggestion is that governments in our region must enact policies that boost these firms' entry into the digital economy, spur innovation, and empower them to invest for the future. I must clarify that I included this point before Tan Sri Muhyiddin's statement yesterday, and I'm pleased that in his statement, among others, he mentioned about making it easier for the poor to buy ICT equipment and so on and so forth, which I think is quite in line with the suggestion here. So if at all there is a paradigm shift, I think we should abandon trickle down or Reaganomics and focus more directly on income distribution, welfare spending, as one of the earlier speakers had mentioned, to bridge the gaps in our society, and including in the area of the digital economy. Thank you.
MashaAllah, that's very quick and very straight to the point, Dato'. Thank you so much in the benefit of time. So I suppose one of the things that is very, sad truth is when Dato' pointed out on the loss of employment affecting mainly the low income group during this pandemic. So thank you again, Dato' Murad. So now we'll be going to the discussion session. We do have several questions to the panelists, and let me see how will I be managing this. Let me just perhaps highlight a few questions that is initially directed to Prof. Steve Keen. But I'm afraid Prof. Steve Keen has left the event. But anyhow, I would like to actually highlight some of these questions. I have already passed this question to him. And this is also some of the remarks made by one of our department members. Prof. Steve, thanks for all of the useful information shared earlier. I love the ideas that you share about the misconception about climate change and everything. The conclusion, although quite sarcastic about economists, I second. This is coming from the member of the department. I second that, because economists always talk about scarce resources and how to maximize it so that we can have a fair distribution in the society. How irony, because as if, like the economists did didn't know that economic activities, resources, and ecosystem, there is no use of talking about GDP. Yeah, it's related closely to each other. Once we destroyed our ecosystem, there is no use talking about the GDP. We discounted our future at a high rate, as if like the future is no matter at all. So with that point, one of the questions that is being posed is that if we are not that greedy by discounting the future too much and consume everything at a moderate way by allowing our resources to grow naturally, would that be sustainable? Yeah, or should we opt for negative growth just to protect our nature, or to reverse or slow down the impact of climate change? Yeah, right. I think it's just on time. Yeah. Hold on, yeah. He has actually texted me and he would be joining for a little while. So I have already posted the questions to him. Yes, he will be addressing the question soon. But for us, since while we waiting for Prof. Steve Kin to rejoin, yeah, I would also like to call upon some of the questions that has been posted online. In our chat box, yeah, some of the participants has also raised some questions. But before we go to the question on the chat box, I would also like to call upon some of our department members in the Department of Economics, yeah, who would like to raise questions to some of our panelists. You can please unmute yourself and raise the question here, yeah. I received some question earlier. Right. Okay, Steve Kin is joining us.
Sorry about that. I'm back working on my current book. Okay. So, May, would you like me to answer that question?
Yes, please. Yeah, Prof.
I've taken another look at it, pardon me. I just started what's up on my phone, which I happened to glance at the right time. Overall, given if we'd started addressing climate change back when limits to growth was first written, then we could leave it all to market mechanisms. Now, the reason we didn't is primarily William Nordhaus's fault, because he destroyed the credibility of limits to growth with a completely asinine misreading of the research, and therefore we spent effectively 50 years ignoring the fact that we were pushing past the planet's limits. So even at the most modest estimation of where we are in terms of the amount of planetary resources we're using, which the human ecological footprint gives a reasonable measure of, we're using 1.5 to 2 planets right now for ourselves alone, let alone the other species on the planet. There is no way we can sustain growth from that position. We have to go backwards. So I think, and equally, we can't rely upon market mechanisms to do it, because that relies on prices and the distribution of income. And there's no way you can use prices to cause that redistribution, that reduction, because it will fall on the poor. The poor pay the prices, relatively speaking, compared to the rich. So I think the proposal I'm now helping work on is the idea of bringing in carbon rationing as a parallel price system to the monetary system. So we'd all get a universal carbon credit, which would be set to begin with at the average level for each country, meaning effectively the bottom 95 to 98% would never exhaust their allowance, while the top 2 to 5% would run out and have to buy carbon credits off the poor, which is a form of redistribution and also immense pressure to bring about decarbonisation. And that would set us up, I think, for a future where we'll be in effectively a war economy, where in a war economy you have to restrain consumption. And the war economy we're in is that we have, the war will be with the climate, and there's no beating the climate. So I think degrowth is essential, and I think we need to set the mechanisms in place to enable that to happen, which will be more comparable to a war economy than they will be to a market one.
Right. Yeah, thanks, Prof. There's also, I think, during the start of our event, there are a few issues. I mean, facts that are being raised by one of our professors, Prof. Aslam, on how neoclassical economics are still be referred to, although it is quite inadequate. Yeah. So I think there's also one more question here being posed. Why do we still stick on the neoclassical paradigm? It is also directly related to our topic here. If the new paradigm is available and more relevant to our current environmental problems like climate change, why don't we change? Prof, please.
Oh, well, because the neoclassicals, they have a failed paradigm, but it's a complete one. Developing an alternative, I mean, I think the best way to think about economics right now is astronomy at the transition between the Ptolemaic and the Copernican vision. And if you imagine professors that are, if there were such things as universities on the scale we have today teaching astronomy back then, you'd have professors insisting students had to learn how to draw circles, otherwise they couldn't produce perfect epicycles. So we have to have courses on circle drawing, which is fundamentally what econometrics is. So there's enormous parts of the curriculum that reflect the needs to maintain the current paradigm. Now, if you throw those out, you have to have some sort of alternative. And what I would recommend is, I don't think economists, conventionally trained ones, can teach what we need, frankly. But having said that, I would have courses taught on system dynamics. That would be my starting point. Economics would have a component on system dynamics, would replace macroeconomics and micro. We would have learning about power distributions, et cetera, as part of what takes the place of econometrics. But you'd need to be totally exploratory about that. And of course, as soon as you do, you'd be under attack from all the conventional economists and conventional economic departments around the world. That might actually help in terms of a form of free advertising. But I think you realise you have to be that brave to break away from the mainstream curriculum. And textbooks have to be thrown in the garbage bin, preferably also in the compost heap.
Yep, thanks, Prof. I think I would also like to direct one question, because we are still talking on climate change, to Lawrence. Yeah, Lawrence, are you still there, right? You mentioned about the challenges of the transition rollout from coal to other renewable energies, for example, solar energies. And I think in Malaysia, one of the things when we talk about solar energy is we can't actually run away from the fact of the issues where some of the solar energies has tried to be implemented in schools in Sarawak, but it didn't actually, it was not that successful. So Lawrence, do you want to comment anything on the implementation or the transition of how Malaysia can do that much more effectively?
Yeah, I think perhaps maybe I can just use it as an example of, I think, what Professor Keane was illustrating, which is that the market economy is no longer an adequate vehicle to achieve the transition. And I think Malaysia provides a case of that, because looking just at the market to get Malaysia to a point where we don't burn coal, but we use solar or other sources of renewables, is going to take a number of things. It's going to take aggressive infrastructure development. It's going to take aggressive technology and R&D to increase storage technology and other forms of technology. And doing all of that while making sure that the distributional impact of the cost of paying for that investment is not borne by low-income households or struggling businesses. So to achieve all of that in the context of the current economic paradigm, I think is very challenging. So I don't know. I'm not so versed in these much broader discussions, but looking at the challenge that Malaysia faces, just specifically on the current way that we burn fuels for energy, and I think the other point, again, I think this relates to what Professor Keane is saying, or provides some sort of example, right? So we have a set of challenges around how we reorganize the supply of energy, how we transition from coal to solar, and the infrastructure and the technology needed to achieve that, and then the mechanisms to fund that investment, and then how you do how you manage the distribution of that cost. So there's a whole set of challenges around that. And then there's a set of challenges around the demand. So I think and what are society's expectations, and this is both a kind of degrowth point around what the expectation is of business and the economy for being able that society should be able to meet the energy demands, whatever they are, to sustain growth. So then again, sort of what we do on the demand side, I think in terms of where like energy discussions are in Malaysia, but also globally, I think there's a lot on the supply side and how we are going to bring in more renewables to the supply. But actually there's very, very little on the demand, like taking as a given that all the policy discussions start with the baseline assumption that we have to sustain the current level of consumption and we can't go back, and in fact it has to grow. So I think that's where I see that there's space for these sort of much more ambitious ideas. I mean, that's the first I'd heard in terms of that kind of carbon credit on the consumption side. That's quite interesting. So yeah, I think the Malaysian case of the energy transition provides quite an interesting example, I think, of some of the broader trends that are being talked about. I mean, just on one note of positivity, as I mentioned in my presentation, I think there is definitely progress that's being made both on the industrial and the regulatory side in Malaysia in terms of increasing the use of renewables. But fundamentally, it's a radical transformation is not something that can be achieved on the kind of within the current paradigm. It will take several decades at the current rate.
Right. Thanks. Yeah. So we still have quite many things to basically address or look at. Thanks for your response, yeah, Lawrence. Let's do a paradigm shift on the education. I have one question to Tan Sri Muhammad Ibrahim. When you mentioned that universities need to prepare students to gain employment in the productive sectors, because I think Tan Sri mentioned on the productivity, in his presentation, they need to be prepared for jobs that are yet to be created. The post-COVID world will be very different and technology will play a greater role. Our students need to earn and cannot lose out. My question is, how do we balance that goal without being a factory churning out laborers for the industry? Tan Sri?
I have no idea how to respond to that question. But based on my experience, once a person graduated from the universities, we look at three primary simple indicators. One is, can the guy read and understand what they read? The second is whether they are good at finding and learning new knowledge. And third, whether they can apply those new knowledge to solve problem and decision making. So it looks rather simple, but these three skills actually goes a long way in the person being able to acclimatize to his new work environment. We also the problem with the world today is that the problem that we face keep on changing and doesn't have precedent. So what we need from out of our universities is to produce graduates who can think on new things, things that they have not learned before, problems that have no precedent, solutions that have not been tried before. So those are the skills that we are looking at. Because with the pandemic, even though the 1918 pandemic gives some indication of how we should recover ourselves from this type of disaster, but situation change. But some of the lessons can be learned, and those are the important things that we require from our schools.
Yes, thanks, Tan Sri. Thank you for that. We take note on that. I wish the director is also here to actually comment on this particular question. Yeah, but let's move on to the next question. I think our Dr. Mustafa Muhammad, one of our department members, Associate Professor Dr. Mustafa Muhammad, has a question. Yeah, would like to actually raise an issue. Dr. Mustafa, he's currently in Istanbul. Dr. Mom, can you has he already unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, perhaps while
Yes,
while
I've
waiting.
already unmute.
Okay,
I've already
mashallah,
unmute.
thanks.
Okay.
Dr. Mom, please.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank the department and all the speakers. I think it was a very interesting session and I enjoyed all. So I have just one or few questions and a comment. My first, I don't know whether I should begin with a question or a comment. Yeah. Maybe the question would be better first to...
Maybe the comment first, Prof, before the question.
Okay. So the comments is, I have two comments. One is just briefly on the presentation by Dr. Naha. I think it was very, very interesting. Just few addition maybe to his presentation is the area of technological change. And I think many of the speakers have talked about technological change, which has a lot of impact on the composition of labor. And if you could add to that, I think that will give a very interesting dynamics. The second comment also in his presentation is about the Malthusian theory. Because here we have two kinds of nation. We have the aging nation, and then we have the dynamic nations. It may be more skewed towards the dynamic nation than the aging nation, which encourages immigration to those nations. And the other thing also, it has an impact to the WTO so-called views on labor mobility, because if you have to have the mobility of labor, then you don't have to reduce population. So you have to have the surplus going to a place where there are deficits. Maybe that area he could address it well in that regard. So the other thing which I would like to comment is what the department together with the Center of Islamic Economics are doing, which addresses the idea of curriculum raised earlier by Prof. Murad. And I think this follows the earlier view or the earlier idea, which was muted by Bank Negara Malaysia on the VBI, I think during the time of Tan Sri Muhammad also, Ibrahim, value-based intermediation, where you have a kind of a smart partnership between the banks and the other sector. And maybe he will highlight to that. So at the moment, the Center for Islamic Economics, together with the department, we are having what we call a micro-entrepreneurship program, where we have volunteers among our students, we train them. And the advisors to this program, of course, we have Prof. Norma and Prof. Muhammad Aslam. And then the other interesting project which is coming, announced by our Dean of the Kulia, Prof. Hassanuddin, is about the so-called entrepreneurship lab, which I think is a very interesting view on the shift in the curriculum. So the Kulia wants to come up with that entrepreneurship lab where you train students for the skill sets of the future. And based on the World Economic Forum report survey that they did, and I think some have also been mentioned by Tan Sri Muhammad Ibrahim earlier, that in the future, these are the four critical sets, skill sets that should be looked at. One is what they call critical thinking and analysis. The second is problem solving. The third is self-management. And the fourth is technological use and development. So any students or anybody with those skill sets will be able to place themselves very nicely in the job market or the labor market. So by having those infrastructure in the Kulia of Economics and Management Sciences, which will have an impact on the curriculum, where students will not just go to the job market, but they become volunteers and start developing those entrepreneurship skills, I think it will have a long-term impact on the paradigm shift on the kind of curriculum that we are looking at. And the interesting thing is that these students are not just only taught skills, but they are infused with values, which is embedded in IIUM. Those values which go back to our tradition. And finally, I think, which is very important, that we cannot move forward unless we bring in this idea of sharing. And we have been talking a lot about shared prosperity, shared economy. If we go back to our history at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, when the Muslims moved from Mecca to Al-Madinah, they were in crisis, big crisis, economic crisis, psychological crisis, social crisis. But what allowed the Muslims to come out of that problem was that sharing attitude, which the Prophet ﷺ ingrained in the Muslims. And we saw big business people like Abdurrahman ibn Auf. He used to share his wealth into three parts. The first part, he will relieve debt relief from those who are indebted. The second part of his wealth, he will give out as financing to the Muslim. And the third part will be sadaqat, whether in the form of waqaf, in the form of zakah. So I think we need to revitalize those institutions, the third sector, our waqaf, our zakah, and then bring that value, the sharing values, so that maybe the future, inshallah, will be bright for the ummah. So this is my thoughts that I would like to share in this regard. Wa jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks, Dr. Mom. Did you raise your question just now? That was your comments, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any question?
No, it's just in the form of a comment. Thank you.
Okay, right. So thank you so much. We do have one question here from the chat box to Datuk Norma. Why our economics model are silo into industrial welfare, political economics? Why not just humanity-based economics? So I suppose, Prof. Norma, would you like to answer the question? Is he still around? I'm not sure. Yes, Prof. Yeah. Please. Okay, hold on. Let me just.
Central. Prof, can you unmute your mic?
It's muted. It's muted.
Yeah, it's
muted. That's why she can't hear.
Prof, we can't hear you. Salah kat mana? Mana technician? Bukan kita.
Yeah, she's speaking, but we are not able to.
No, Prof, we still can't hear you. Dia dah unmute.
Tapi dia punya sistem.
It's okay. The beauty of technology, eh? Yeah, she's speaking. Yeah, I think somebody is.
Yeah, someone is assisting.
Yeah, all right.
The pain of technology.
Technology, dia mesti ada something dekat sana.
That's the beauty of technology.
Komputer audio tak on ke? Komputer audio ke apa ke? Now try. Still cannot hear, Prof.
While waiting for Prof. Norma, if you don't mind, can we, while fixing the technical glitches, yeah, let me, because in the benefit of time, we do also have one question raised by Dr. Riyasat here, yeah, to Lawrence. Prof. Keen mentioned that economic narratives can be wrongly hijacked. However, policy outfits like IDEAS takes a more multidisciplinary approach. Do you think that Malaysian policy narrative is at risk of such hijacked narrative? I think it's quite, yeah, please, Lawrence, yeah, your quick comment on that. Thanks.
Yeah, well, it's quite a big question. I mean, look, I think I would just say from the perspective of IDEAS, obviously, and I'm here in the capacity as a think tank, not an academic. So I think that think tanks do have a role
I
to
think
play.
it's going to be.
Oh, I think we can hear Prof. Norma.
Yeah, Prof. Norma is back.
Yeah,
Okay.
She's speaking, but still, we lost the audio again.
Yeah, I try to talk.
Yeah, we can hear you properly.
Okay.
No, we can, yes.
Someone just called. Sorry, you can proceed with the earlier.
Okay,
speaker,
I'll just finish my comment very quickly and then we'll come back. So yeah, I think I'll just say that I think on the role of think tanks, I think it's to try to provide a more to help engage the public more in some of these discussions. And I think that the good thing about think tanks is that we can have a bit more flexibility sometimes to be multidisciplinary and to experiment at the frontier sometimes of some of the changing thoughts in terms of disciplines and talk about new ideas in economics and sometimes provide an alternative space that isn't governed in the way the education sector is governed. Now, think tanks too are under pressure, to raise money, and that creates difficult incentives, like we were saying in the first panel about whether education should be a kind of private business or not. Think tanks also face that challenge. But I think if we have a diverse space of people who are invested in trying to explore ideas, the core of that is academia, but I think think tanks can contribute to that by providing a sort of more flexible, open space to connect that discussion with the wider public and to provide that platform for multidisciplinary discussion. So yeah, I hope that speaking on behalf of think tanks, we also can have a place in these discussions.
Thanks, Lawrence. Yes, Dato. Yeah, please. Can you proceed?
I would just like to continue from where Lawrence left as well, if I may. That I think this is good. What's happening? We are governed by our syllabus, and I think with the MQA managing us as well, you can stray very much from the mainstream. But just like Professor Omar was saying earlier, of course, you can bring in the other dimensions as well. So I think now universities too are more open in bringing diverse views, heterodox kinds of views into the discussions. And this is very good because I come from a faculty which is traditionally very macro, very finance, monetary type of faculty. Of course, at one time we had under Abu Aziz a more diverse kind of research, etc. And then for a while we became siloed again. We became very monetary financial again. But now with the establishment of centers like ours and also the Abu Aziz Center, which is doing research on development, multidisciplinary and all that. So these rich discussions and research are happening again. So we hope we could contribute to that. And coming back to the earlier question about whether, how the economic model should not be by sectors. If I could repeat Tan Sri Muhammad, I too do not know how to answer this question. But I think what we are trying to do now is to bring into the discussion and development planning. And I'm happy to report that slowly, I think we are gaining inroads. But to change from the neoclassical thinking is not easy, even among the development planners, the central agencies, it's not easy. But I'm glad, like the central bank, with Professor Tan Sri Muhammad, and even during Tan Sri Zati's time, I think this financial inclusion, bringing in, looking at living wage, etc., is one way of influencing or trying to correct this siloed type of development planning. Can I just respond to one of the points that was earlier in the chat box, talking about what are we talking about social protection when our wages are low and some of you are not earning, and etc. And I can link it to what I said. I alluded to in my conversation that yes, that is why if we were to adopt a more institutional approach to social protection. Hence, the reason why I suggested that social protection should be the main pillar or should be one of the pillars in our development planning. Because if we did not take or we move away from the residual approach to more institutional approach, then the government will have to come in. Then there is this issue of cross-subsidization. Tan Sri Muhammad alluded to the fact that Malaysians are not paying enough taxes. We want everything, but we are not willing to pay tax. Our tax to revenue to GDP is 12.5% 2 years ago. But when we had the GST, it was slightly higher. In other countries, OECD countries, is about 35%. So that shows that our tax is not progressive. Our tax is not enough. And yet we are also having the poor, the poor, not just the poor. Social protection is not only for the poor. It's for those who are to protect us, to prevent us, and also to promote us to become more contributory or to become productive in society. Yeah. So the government has to come in through taxation. We also have through sadaqah, we have the zakat and all that. And we are proposing to the government a model or a system of social protection where for those who can afford, can contribute, and the fund will grow, because the idea is for it to be funded, a funded system. Funded doesn't mean that it comes from the government. It's the fund itself will fund itself. So that's how the rich will cross-subsidize, will also pay, so that the poor can benefit. And the poor, if they cannot contribute to the fund, the government should contribute the way the special package that was announced yesterday, that 24 million ringgit was contributed to SOCSO fund for riders, to be able to enjoy the injury compensation, just like SOCSO contribution in the formal sector. So this is what I'm talking about, that every Malaysian should be in part of that social protection. The moment you can earn, you should contribute if you can, if you can't. Now, however, social protection is not just about getting the dividend from your contribution, but social protection is also about upskilling, training, retraining for us to be able to contribute, for us to move up the value chain. That is also part of social protection. That should also be invested by the government. Yeah, and for those who can afford, is by ourselves. But we need a system like the employment insurance system now, that workers contribute into that fund, where it is also used for them to be retrained. That's when Tan Sri Muhammad's point about becoming more digital technology, etc., where some of the jobs will be gone, and that's how we can participate in the new society. And I would agree with Professor Omar, that the idea is when students graduate is to have 3 or 4 skills that you can shape wherever you go. Unfortunately, some of our graduates do not have those skills. So, but I think with those skills, then the training and retraining at the workplace or by another group, that's part of the labor market intervention, can help us to get our workers to suit whatever sector, or even if we want to be entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Datuk, for such a comprehensive response to questions, and you managed to also address some in our chat box here. So in the benefit of time again, I would like to open the floor. Should there be any questions from the participants? Hopefully we have addressed most of the questions in the chat box, and I'm giving the opportunity for some to...
I think one of the speakers is raising hands, one of the speakers.
Right.
Prof, if I may.
Yes.
I'd like to take up the point just made by Prof. Datuk Norma. He was talking about funds being made available for workers to raise their skills and so on and so forth. I am not so sure whether that is adequate in itself or not, because as you know, in HRDF, we have about, I understand there's about 1 billion which is not used. So the funds for retraining are there but not used. My own feeling, and I think this the specialist in labor economics, or I shouldn't use human capital, but I have a feeling that workers are a bit reluctant to invest time and money in gaining higher skills because the return to their investment in gaining higher skills. Say from SKM, we have Sijil Kemahiran Malaysia. Now most people at least in the public sector institutes after level 1, level 2, they just go out and work, because the benefits of gaining higher skills, say level 3, level 4, we even have government institutes teaching level 5 skills, but there's no take up. And I suspect that the reason is the return on investment in terms of better wages is not there. And if I would further speculate that this is a result of the easy availability of foreign workers in Malaysia, which depresses wages overall. And if you look at the CE component of our GDP, it is rather low compared to the developed countries. I can't remember offhand the exact figures, but if you compare us with the developed countries, the employee compensation of our GDP is low compared to, say, returns to capital. I don't know whether there's merit in what I have said, but I would welcome comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dato, for that comments. I'm still opening the floor, for any questions that anybody would like to raise, openly.
Can I add some point?
Yes, please,
what Dato mentioned?
Dr. Naha, please.
What Dr. mentioned is very important, and I want just to add something for policymakers to consider. The issue about specific training like vocational that we offer, I think we can improve that if at the employer side there is some requirement for them to hire those workers with the certificate. Example is, at the moment, most of our industries, when they want to hire low-skill jobs, they just take almost whatever you can do, and they can give you one-day training. Then you can start working, for example, as a cook, or maybe to repair cars and so on. We don't put any rules to require employer to only employ those with valid certificate. Right? There are developed countries, there are some scheme that they would require. For example, if you want to drink cappuccino, the barista, you need to have that certificate showing that you already undertaken that course. Then only you can work. Otherwise, you cannot work. I think with that type of requirement, we can ensure that our young generation who enroll into Kemahiran Mara and so on with welding skill, bakery skills, they should work in their respective industries where they have the skill. But when industries are not imposed to screen this talent by what certificate they have, then they opt to get the cheap labor. I think just want to add that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Naha. I think I can also relate to that. Our InHeart is also, I'm not actually promoting, but I think they're also doing some sort of pensijilan, in halal executive. And I suppose when I met one of the InHeart management team, a couple of years back, there has been an effort, for JAKIM to actually do or implement for each of the companies who are involved in halal products, not necessarily food, but cosmetics, pharmaceuticals and things like that, to have one dedicated halal executive who has the right certificate for that. So I suppose this is also relevant to what Dr. Naha has raised, as well as Dato. So again, I think I'm given only up until 12:45. So we have come to the end of the second session. So thank you very much for responding to the question. I will give this event back to the MC, Dr. Intan, please. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Sheikh Prof. Maya. So it's almost one, but be patient. We have another very, very, short session by our Deputy Dean Academic Affairs. All right, that is Dr. Muhammad Irwan. He's going to wrap up and do the wrap up and also future direction section. So I pass this floor to Dr. Irwan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Intan. Tan Sri Rector, our honorable speakers, let me just try my best to summarize what have been discussed within this 4-hour session. So Alhamdulillah, we have listened to 7 speakers, which I think are of diverse background from various perspectives, as well as across the globe. And as well as our discussants, all from almost everywhere across the different background, from academicians to students, and as well as to the public. There's also I read in the chat box business men also in the in this session. So let me just start with the points. I would like to share basically 3 points to wrap up the whole session. So basically, the speakers have highlighted that to have this shift in paradigm, this whether it is fortunate or unfortunate event of COVID-19 pandemic, or as what Dr. Naha put it, as the using the term pandemic, will be an opportunity, and an event for us to really venture into new paradigms. And this is what I think have been highlighted as well by the discussants, especially in the past. For example, the development of Islamic economics as a discipline basically was triggered by the observations of our previous Muslim economists when they look at how things are going. And things are not supposed to be like that based on the revelation, and this basically prompted them to basically take the opportunity. So opportunity like what Prof. Norma mentioned would come together with the risk. So we have to be brave enough to take the risk and explore these uncharted waters and try to see basically whether the new paradigms will be able to solve this problem. And this pandemic will also basically have provided us the golden opportunity to reset. I remember like what I think Prof. Aslam highlighted last year at the beginning of the pandemic. There were many discussions, euphorias, that this would be a golden opportunity for many of us to relook into our life and how things have been going in the past decades. And how should we move forward, especially in the areas of economics and finance, and also as highlighted by many other speakers, like Todd also mentioned that we should have basically ride over this the current trend of discussing the sustainability, which should have been also an opportunity for us to look at new paradigms in economics. So this effort should be ongoing. Okay, in the past, we already have certain efforts undertaken by, for example, some institutions like IIT, looking at this Islamization of economics. So this, I think, should be ongoing, and we should be brave enough to take the risk and look at other new approaches. And my second point, okay, wrap up from what I think Prof. Norma as well as Datuk Muhammad Noor have highlighted, that there is a need for us to be brave enough to reorient our goals as well as our approaches. Like Dr. Naha highlighted, for example, perhaps in the past, our goals in the economics are more concerned on wealth, the creation of wealth. Now it will be to reorient the goal and look at human. Instead of wealth, we are now looking at well-being. Instead of and also the overall welfare, to enhance the welfare protection of everyone. And we have to be also brave enough to basically try new approaches. For example, like what highlighted by Dr. Muhammad Noor, perhaps it is time for us now to totally abandon the trickle-down approach. So this would be a new, approach that we have to be there enough to undertake. And like what Prof. Norma have highlighted, we need to basically do not neglect any segments of the society. So we should have a balanced approach, especially amongst the most vulnerable one. I think that have also been highlighted such that for now, for example, since we are focusing on digital economy and digital education, we really need to make sure that we have adequate infrastructure such that the poor ones will also be able to learn and not left behind. Okay, and then we also have to be brave enough. If you look in the past, like what Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim have mentioned, in 1969, our forefathers have basically were brave enough to undertake a new alien or ideas of having an active or aggressive interventionist approach. And now the new generations, basically my generation, I would say, were the beneficiaries of those policies. I mean, our forefathers, they were brave enough to undertake this risk and try this experiment. And Alhamdulillah, it has proven that this kind of intervention is, although of course it can be improved further, but basically have improved the socio-economic structure of the country. So there is no one unique or one size-fits-all solution, because we also need to basically recognize and acknowledge the local custom, the unique structure, the unique social fabric of different cultures, different geographical in an economic system. So, and finally, the third point, which also I think would be the way forward, is what have been basically we have looked at this issue highlighted by Prof. Ahmad Murad. Okay, of the need of us to restructure the economic curriculum. Okay, not just economic, but basically everything. But I think this has been an ongoing effort, but it must basically, if we can take the opportunity given by the current pandemic structure, because this is an event triggered, so this will be a good way for us to relook at our goals and approaches, and then try to see whether we can prepare our students for jobs that are yet to be created, like what have been highlighted by Tan Sri Muhammad Ibrahim. And we have also seen from the first presentation by Professor Keen that it is possible, because basically among the things that most economists are worried whenever we venture into heterodox economics is that perhaps we will be stuck at these conceptual features, not backed up by proper empirical or mathematical structures, which are what basically the mainstream economics like to play around. So this is basically is possible for us to support whatever new concepts in economics with proper mathematical empirical models. So this is we should take the risk and to innovate and try these new ways of into the future. And as what Prof. Murad have also highlighted, we need to also integrate the economic discipline with other disciplines. I think this is also what, for example, have been mentioned by Professor Keen. Do not simply trust the economists. I mean, we also need to trust the scientists. So if we have, we have to basically try our best not to work in silo. We always have to basically look and try to come up with a more, I think, comprehensive solutions that will be able to address the current problems that all of us are facing at the moment. So I think this should be the way forward for us to be more aggressive. Okay, borrowing the term used by I think Todd just now. We have to be more aggressive because the current crisis, if we look at it correctly, it would be basically a golden opportunity or a wake-up call for many of us, including those who are working in Islamic economics, to really, I think, venture and try aggressively to be at the front line, to propose, to become to lead the way and propose what would be the solutions. So perhaps what the Department of Economics, and as well as the Kuala of Economics and Management Sciences should be brave enough to explore new approaches in the curriculum, okay, such that we should not basically be limited to this textbook economics as well as the conventional pen and paper assessment, and try to basically establish rather than this textbook knowledge, but provide, equip our students with the necessary skill sets or the key openers, like what I think Dr. Mustafa have mentioned, the 4 skills, the critical analysis, problem solving, self-management, and technological development into our students so that they can be independent in the future. So I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. Then I'll give this session back to Dr. Intan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iwan. We have come to the end, but don't go. We still have a small bit here. So I would like to invite our rector to give a small, short, closing remark for this roundtable.
Okay. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I just need to thank all of you for giving such a tremendous effort. After listening to Irwan's summary, I thought there's a lot of things that we can do. But not only that, I think for this university, we are in a very good juncture because we are about to launch our next roadmap for the year 21-22. And therefore, it is a crest that you can write on. I mean, the words that was used to look for new paradigm, to not to work in silos, to explore new areas. And I am particularly struck, I counted, everyone used the word brave enough 9 times. Yeah. So maybe the end question is, are we brave enough to make these changes? If we are not brave enough, then I think I'll go back to Aslam's punya first remark. The university was set up on a different paradigm altogether. But unfortunately, we are not able to deliver because of some issues. And these issues, I think, needs to be thrashed out. And this is where the word brave enough should come in. If you are not brave enough, then I think you might as well close down the university because there's nothing that we can do. Yeah. So I think they had a challenge for us. We must be brave enough intellectually, academically, and from what I hear, most of us are ready to make the change. But how to make the change is something that we need to work on. And this is what the roadmap is all about. For the whole of 6 months, we're going to discuss how best to engage the different stakeholders so that whatever changes that needs to be made for the betterment of not only this university, but also this country. And our motto say, Rahmatan lil Alamin, we will need to do that as soon as possible. So on that very positive note and high expectation, I wish you well. I thank you, particularly those who come from across the border. Professor Keen, I am really struck. I'm not an economist, and suddenly I found that there is a lot of mumbo jumbo in economy, so I'm not too sure whether I can trust the economists anymore. So we need to have a new sense of a direction of who the economists are, and the question of values, the question of conviction, morality, I think needs to be brought in again so that we can start anew, inshallah. So thank you very much. I wish you a safe journey. Stay safe, and wherever you are, please keep in touch. I think we are about to embark on a new journey moving forward. So wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tan Sri. I would like to invite Tan Sri once again to present the small token of appreciation to our adjunct professor, Tan Sri Muhammad Ibrahim.
For the others, we will be sending it to them. Oh.
Yeah, for other presenter, we'll be sending to you guys later, inshallah.
I see you come to university, you only get books. Come, join us. Thank you.
All right. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right.
Thank you very much, Jani.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all of you who are online, could you please turn on your camera so that our technician here can take the photo of all participants that have attended today. Okay, regardless who you are, presenters or audience, please turn on your camera.
Okay, come. Dia kena duduk.
Dia kena buka balik semua.
Turn on the camera. Each and every one of you, turn on the camera. Our technician will take the photo of all of you on the screen.
Yeah. Alright.
Okay. They are not all. They are about 79. But this is
That's
not
good.
all.
All right.
You can turn on longer.
Please, Tansri.
Kena semua.
Tansri, come have a seat here. I think they will capture your picture.
Kita dekat mana?
Kita duduk.
Ambil ya?
Tak semua. Kena ambil adik-adik. Kena ambil different window.
Okay.
Turn on the camera, please.
Ambil a few times.
Ambil every page first. Sekejap.
Switch on the
camera, please. Turn on the camera.
Tunggu sekejap dulu.
Apa dia? Okay, after this dia ambil gambar juga.
Lagi. Turn on the camera.
They're all camera shy kot rumah ni.
Why they are not switching on?
Left.
Okay, tak apa. Okay, this one. Fazli, ini tak ambil ya? Okay, ambil.
Kena end.
Okay, that's good. Oh, right.
No, this is the first line.
Smile. Smile.
Safa yang ujung tu.
Alright, thank you very much. On behalf of the Department of Economics, Kuala of Economics and Management Sciences, I would like to thank all of the participants, especially presenters and participants anyway. And I hope on behalf of the department, we could see you again in the near future for the future events. Thank you very much. On behalf of the department, once again, I would like to apologize if we have any wrongdoings intentionally or unintentionally. So we end our session, roundtable session, Paradigm Shift in Economics today with Tasbih Kifara and Surah Al-Asr.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Thank you very much, Intan.
Intan. Masuk. Sekali lagi Intan, come.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice lunch. We can zoom the lunch to you. Okay.
Oh, mas.